Carlo, CON, who is the chief host of this event, is very much around and is seated in the anteroom waiting for the other dignitaries to bring them in, and the event will start in earnest. Tav had promised you earlier on that we are working with the 10 a.m. kickoff time of this event, and would like to apologize that we'll just be just a few minutes late, but all our dignitaries have come. Most of them are in the waiting room. They're all going to file in at the same time, and in another 5-10 minutes max, this event will kick off in earnest. Honorable Obi Ezema, I've recognized. Dame Mbadiwe Grace is the national woman leader of AA Party. I believe that's Action Alliance. National woman leader AA Dame Mbadiwe Grace. Wogbade Adekemi Rachel is the national woman leader of Accord Party. Oluwa Tumishe Shola Alice is the national woman leader of NRM. Helen Ado is the national woman leader of Youth Party. What this tells you is that all the women leaders are here. So that tells you that what we are doing today has the active buy-in and endorsement of the political actors in Nigeria, which is necessary, key to the adoption of all the legislation on gender equity that we are pushing for in the constitutional review exercise currently ongoing. Dr. Margaret Fagboyo is also with us, Mrs. Geraldine Ita-Etu, National Council of Women Societies, the National President of the National Council for Women Societies, Mrs. Ita-Etuk. I've also cited Dr. Sarah Oga, Council for Women Societies. Dr. Sarah Oga Aduare Emenai. Professor Ugoeze Ngozi Uzo Nwosu is a director, Institute of Education, Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Professor Ngozi Uzo Nwosu is from the Nasarawa State University, Kefi. She also happens to be the wife of a paramount traditional ruler in Abia State. So that you are married does not stop you from attaining the greatest height that you choose to attain. Professor Ugoeze Nwosu, you are very welcome, mommy. She's mommy because she carried me as a baby. She's very close to my parents. Professor Kathleen Okafor, SAN, is the Vice Chancellor of Bayes University, Abuja. Professor Kathleen Okafor, we celebrate you. Thank you very much. Professor Kathleen Okafor, Vice Chancellor, Bayes University, here in Abuja. I would like to invite my colleagues to continue with the announcements. Prince Obinna Nwosu, thank you for coming to support what we are doing here today. Please, members of the House of Representatives, would make sure that we get all your names to properly recognize you. I invite my colleagues to continue.
And so far, the members of the House of Representatives that we have with us, I'd like to recognize Honorable Fatima Talba from the House of Representatives. We recognize you. Honorable Olumide Oshoba, we welcome you to this gathering. I'd like to also recognize Honorable Akande Oshadipe. We recognize you. I'd also like to recognize Honorable Rabiu Yusuf. You're welcome. He's a member of the House of Representatives. We also have Honorable Clement Jumbo. We welcome you. And last of the members we have for now, we get to recognize more of the members as they come, is Honorable Chinedu Oga. More members are joining us or have even joined us. We recognize you in the course of time, please.
All right, thank you very much. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd still like to appreciate your presence and welcome you and thank you very especially for finding time to be here. And as we move on this morning with the introduction, please permit me to very quickly and warmly recognize and welcome the very distinguished presence of the Director, Legal Drafting Department of the Federal Ministry of Justice, Dr. Patrick Eta Oyon. Thank you so much for coming. And also I'd like to very warmly recognize this morning the representative of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice. Okay, Dr. Patrick is representing the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. Thank you for being here. And also I'd like to very warmly recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker of the Plateau State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Dewan Gabriel. Thank you. And also Honorable Chairman Kanke Local Government Area, Honorable Lapching Golime. Thank you so much for finding time to be here with us this morning. And also to recognize the distinguished presence of Professor Iyabode Wabweze, immediate past dean of the Faculty of Arts, National Open University of Nigeria. Thank you. And also to recognize this morning representatives from the Catholic Women Organization Secretariat of Nigeria. Thank you so much for being here. And also I'd like to recognize this morning the Honorable Speaker of the Taraba State House of Assembly, Right Honorable John Kizito Bonzima. Thank you so much for being here this morning. We'd like to thank you for finding time to be here. And also to recognize very warmly and quickly this morning, Adenike Abimbola. Thank you so much for being here. And also Engineer Dr. Egon Adat Okon Effion, representing Police Officers Wives Association. Thank you. And also to recognize this morning Dr. Hosanna, or Hassana, I beg your pardon, Dr. Hassana Ibrahim Waziri, representing Unified Members for Women Advancement. Thank you for being here. And also to recognize Aisha Magirma, Rosling Musa, National Democratic Institute. Thank you all very much for being here with us this morning. We'd like to thank you. And also this morning, very warmly and very quickly, I'd like to also recognize the distinguished presence of members and representatives of CSOs that are here present this morning. I'd like to recognize very quickly the distinguished presence of Cynthia Frank Inyang. Thank you. From ComAid. Thank you. From the Initiative for Gender Equality and Advancement, would like to recognize Annie Umaru. Thank you. And also from Nde Odoko Foundation, Uzoma Anetu Esquire. Thank you so much for being here this morning. And also to recognize this morning the chairperson of the Nigerian Bar Association Women Forum, Huwaila Mohammed Ibrahim. Would like to thank you and recognize your very distinguished presence in this place this morning. Thank you very much. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, would like to thank you for finding time to be here and to be a part of this very, very special event this morning. Thank you. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point I'd like to very warmly and specially recognize a very important one of the special dignitaries that we have here today, who will also be speaking during the panel session this morning. An honorable member of parliament from the Republic of South Africa, all the way from South Africa this morning, would like to recognize and give a proper Nigerian recognition to MP Duduzile Zuma Sambudla. Please, can we give her a round of applause and welcome her to Nigeria? Thank you so much for finding time to be here. We celebrate you and we appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. And also this morning, I'd like to recognize and welcome the Chairman House Committee on Women Affairs, Honorable Kafilat Ogbara, representing Kosofe Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives. Thank you so much. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Very warmly, I'd like to very quickly give a resounding recognition and welcome the distinguished presence of the former First Lady of Benue State, who's also the wife of the Secretary to the Federal Government of Nigeria, and she is also a member who's currently representing the good people of Boko Taka Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, and also a member of the House Committee on Constitution Review. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would like to very quickly recognize this morning the presence of Her Excellency, Rep. Mrs. Regina Akome. Please, can we give her a distinguished and a resounding applause? Thank you so much for being here this morning. I'd also like to very quickly recognize this morning the distinguished presence of the Chairman, House Committee on Women Affairs and Community Development, Oyo State House of Assembly, Honorable Olufunke Comforter Olajide. Thank you so much. And also to recognize this morning the distinguished presence of Honorable Olubisi Margaret Michael from the Oyo State House of Assembly as well. Thank you. And also to very quickly recognize this morning the distinguished presence of the National Women Leader of the Zenith Labour Party, Chinyere Kalu. Thank you for being here. Thank you. To recognize this morning the Secretary Directorate of Legal Services, National Assembly, representative of the Clerk to the National Assembly, Ilya Navati MNI. Thank you so much for being here. And also I'd like to very quickly recognize the distinguished presence of the Acting Director Budget Analysis, National Assembly Budget and Research Office, Aminu Abdullahi Bike, who's representing the Director General this morning. Thank you so much for finding time to be here with us. Thank you.
The River State House of Assembly, I'm told, the Speaker, Right Honorable Martin Chike Amahule is here. We recognize you. And we still have a host of members of the River State House of Assembly. Honorable Linda Somari Stewart, I'm told you're here. We recognize you. Honorable Queen Owuna Tony, you're here. We recognize you. I'd like to also recognize Honorable Barile Nwako, not Nwanko, Nwako. You're here, we recognize you. Still from the River State House of Assembly, we have Honorable Emila Lucky Amadi, you're welcome. And last of the members from the River State House of Assembly, we have Honorable Nkem Jika Ezekule. River State delegation, we welcome you to the Congress Hall.
Thank you so much. And also to very specially recognize the Deputy House Leader of the River State House of Assembly. She's already been recognized. She's Honorable Linda Stewart. Thank you so much. Please, can we give the Rivers representatives a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to recognize this morning the Speaker of the Sokoto House of Assembly, Right Honorable Tukuru Bala Bodinga. Thank you. Speaker, Benue State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Aunduna Dajo. Thank you so much for being here. And also to recognize very specially this morning the Speaker also from the Kogi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Aliyu Umar Yusuf. Would like to recognize you and thank you very specially for finding time to be here with us this morning. Thank you. And also this morning, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have here with us the Speaker of the River State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Martin Amaiwule. Please, would also like to very warmly recognize you and thank you very specially for finding time to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, we also have this morning here with us Dr. Mimido Achakpa, the Executive Director of the Women's Right to Education Program. Thank you very much. Would like to also recognize a member of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, Honorable Hajarat Ibrahim Danyaro. Thank you very much for finding time to be here. I'd also like to recognize this morning the representative of the High Commissioner of Rwanda, Mr. Francois Nkuriyi Goma. Thank you so much for being here. And also to recognize from the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, Zisimo Vergon. Thank you so much also for finding time to be here with us this morning. And also to recognize from the Kogi State House of Assembly, Honorable Omotayo Adeleye Ishaya. Thank you for finding time to be here. From Bayelsa State, would like to recognize Honorable Ebize Brown. Thank you. And Honorable Ayi Banegiefa. I beg your pardon if I didn't get that right, Eba. Thank you so much for being here. Would like to recognize your very distinguished presence. Thank you. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to very warmly recognize this morning the presence of Michael Murphy from the Canadian High Commission. Thank you. Mike Berenton from the U.S. Embassy. Thank you. Cassandra Garaway from the U.S. Embassy would like to thank you. And also to recognize very specially this morning the GMD of Zenith Bank, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji, represented by Victor. Thank you very much for finding time to be here. And also to recognize very quickly this morning, Mrs. Adenike Abimbola would like to thank you, representing the MD of Unity Bank. Thank you. And also to recognize Lucy James Abagi, the CEO, Public and Private Development Center. Thank you for being here. To also recognize this morning, I'd like to welcome Zubaidu Abdul Salami, Communications Specialist from the Development Research Project Center. Thank you. And also to recognize this morning the distinguished presence of Terry Josephine. Thank you for finding time to be here. To welcome also Dr. Felicia Onibon, the President and CEO of Change Managers International Network. Thank you. And also to recognize very warmly this morning from the Action Aid Nigeria, a governance specialist, Judith Bagidi. Thank you so much for being here. And also to recognize Marianne Emmanuel from the Women Empowerment in Bauchi State. Thank you. Dr. Roslyn Musa, National Democratic Institute for International Affairs, would like to welcome you. And Comrade Ma Odi from the Good Governance and Accountability Center, I guess so. Thank you so much for finding time to be here this morning. We'd like to thank you. And also from the Community Aid and Girl Child Initiative, Cynthia Frank Inyang, thank you. Would like to recognize your presence. Thank you. To also recognize Mrs. Lois Alta, the Executive Director of the Network of Women with Disabilities, would like to recognize you and thank you. And also to welcome Dr. Mrs. Hassana Ibrahim Waziri, the Executive Director of the Unified Members for Women Advancement, Borno. We'd like to thank you for being here. To also recognize this morning the distinguished presence of Puadumi Oko, the Deputy Director, Legal, representing the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission. Would like to thank you. And thank you all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Would like to welcome you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Naomi. We'll continue with the introductions. As I recognize from the British High Commission, we have Gil Level, OBE, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission will recognize you. From Niger State, I'm told the Deputy Speaker, Niger State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Afi Oke Dauda is here. we recognize you. The Speaker, Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Ureme Otong is here, we recognize you. We also have Speaker Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Moses Odunula, you're welcome. And of course, we have from Ekiti State, the Speaker, Right Honorable Adeyeye Abasoye. We welcome you to the Congress Hall for this very important gathering. Honorable Barrister Blessing Amadi, Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Women in Parliament, House of Representatives, we welcome you, you're recognized. Your colleagues have been here. Dr. Mrs. Mary Idele Alile, APC National Women Leader, is also here. We welcome you to this very, very important and historic event. Hajia Sadatu Abdullahi is the National Speaker of Women Parliament, Social Democratic Party. We welcome you. Mrs. Victoria Ajayi is the Managing Director, CEO, TVC Communications, all the way from Lagos to be a part of this event. We welcome you all to this event. For emphasis, once again, I'd like to recognize the Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission, Abuja, Guild Lever, OBE, Mrs. Ma, we welcome you to the Congress Hall for the International Legislative Dialogue on Women and Constitution Amendment in Nigeria. Once again, for the records, I'd like to establish that this program is organized by the House of Representatives in collaboration with the European Union and PLAC, Policy and Legal Advocacy Center. We so much appreciate them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we please put our hands together for the organizers of this very important event. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. And also this morning, very quickly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize and welcome this morning the Speaker of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Udeme Otong, and also to recognize the distinguished presence of members also from the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Honorable Dr. Itoro Etim, Honorable Kemin Anofiole, thank you, Honorable Selina Ukpatu, Honorable Precious Selon, thank you very much for being here. And also to recognize this morning the very distinguished presence of the Speaker of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Moses Odunwa. Thank you so much also for being here with us this morning. We'd like to thank you. And also to recognize the distinguished presence of Hajia Binta Bello Adamu, the Director General of NAPTIP, who's represented by Mrs. Angela, the Director Counseling and Rehabilitation of NAPTIP. Thank you very much for being here. And also this morning we'd like to recognize Honorable Kate Raymond Mamuno, Majority Leader of the Adamawa State House of Assembly. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Thank you. I'd like to take this time to also recognize the distinguished presence of consultants of the committee, that's the Constitution Review Committee, Maman Mike Osiman, SAN, Mr. Seni Adio, SAN, His Excellency M.A. Abubakar, SAN, Professor Ladi Hamalai, Professor Yusuf, Maulid Yusuf, Professor Tariye Simbine. Thank you so much. Would like to welcome all of you for finding time to be here with us this morning. Thank you. And also this morning, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would like to take this time to very specially recognize the distinguished presence of one of our very distinguished guests here this morning, Hajia Fatima Abbas, the wife of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Please can we give her a resounding applause as we recognize and welcome her this morning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Would like to also recognize the delegation from Ekiti State, led by the Honorable Speaker of the Ekiti State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Stephen Adeoye Aribasoye. Would like to recognize you, thank you. And also from the House of Assembly, would like to recognize Honorable Barrister Iyabo Fakunle, thank you for coming. Would like to also very warmly recognize Honorable Adeteju Okuyiga, thank you. Would also like to recognize Honorable Alhaja Mariam Bimbola Ogunlade, thank you. Would also like to welcome Honorable Bosse Olowokere, thank you so much for finding time to be here, representing the Ekiti State House of Assembly, thank you. And also to recognize this morning His Royal Majesty Oba Isiaka Balogun Oyero, the Oba of Ketu in Lagos. Thank you so much. Your Majesty would like to welcome you. Thank you. And also to recognize the distinguished presence of Honorable Rep. Mari Ebikake from Brass Nembe Federal Constituency of Bayelsa State. Thank you. And also to recognize the distinguished presence of the Deputy Chairman, Women Affairs and recognize this morning Professor Agomo, PhD, the Executive Director of Prawa International. Thank you for coming. We'd also like to recognize the Head of Strategy and Development, also from Prawa International. Thank you very much for finding time to be here. Some of these names are not exactly clear, so they're quite difficult sometimes to understand, but we'd like to thank you. And also to recognize Mrs. Christiana Eguma, the Coordinator, Gender Technical Unit of the National Assembly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also I understand that Rep. Mari is the Deputy Chairman of Women Affairs. Thank you so much. Would like to recognize you. Thank you very specially for coming. Thank you. And also to recognize this morning the Aishatu Maigirma, the Executive Director of the Women and Youth Empowerment and Advancement Health Initiatives from Adamawa State. Thank you for being here with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to recognize our royal fathers who have also joined us to give us the royal blessings. And I'd like to start first and foremost by recognizing in our midst His Royal Majesty, Alayeluwa Oba Babatunde Saliu, the Oba of Oworonshoki, Kingdom of Lagos State. We welcome you. His Imperial Majesty, thank you very much. His Imperial Majesty Oba Samuel Alamu Loyede Onikosi. He's the Onikosi of Ikosi land, Kashofe, which state, I do not know, it's not stated. We recognize you. I also like to recognize His Royal Majesty Oba Samuel Alamu Oloyede Onikosi of Ikosi, Kashofe land, Lagos State. And of course, last of the Royal Highness, Royal Fathers we have this morning for this occasion is Oba Babatunde Saliu, Oba of Oro. Well, that is the burden I have to bear. We are having them repeated all over and over as the ushers come. Nothing wrong with that. More blessings as we recognize you more and more. We welcome our royal fathers. More recognitions, and like my core MC stated much earlier, we shall be doing the recognitions just for now. But as soon as His Excellency, the President of Senate, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and the rest of them join us, we'll kickstart the program and no more recognitions. We intend to have this program to be as brief as possible, much as we expect the impact for which purpose we are gathered here today. So please, if we have not recognized you, you may respectfully, we request, you indicate by raising up your hand, and then we'll direct our ushers to please approach you to have your details, to have you properly recognized. And then lastly, for the announcements I have at the moment, if you have not registered, we appeal that you move outside of the hall where you entered. We have desk officers. Desk officers are there, you register, and they hand over the materials meant for the gathering for you to join us and be well equipped to participate in the course of time. So please, once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you as we expect the presiding officers of the National Assembly, whom I'm told have been in the holding room and will be joining us any moment from now, please. So, police band, you get set with your materials, and we expect your rendition for the national anthem. Chief Joe Carey Gazama, OFR, MFR, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, founding partner of J.K. Gazama Limit LLP, represented by Legislative Advocacy Team of the FIRAN. I'm told Ugochi Agalaba. Please, the writing is not legible. I do not want to mess it up, please. Please just ensure the writing is legible so that we will not murder the pronunciation. Honorable Kate Raymond Mamuno is the majority leader, Adamawa State House of Assembly. We welcome you. Honorable Manu Soro, we welcome you. Honorable Jonathan Gwefi, you're welcome. We recognize you. The consultants to the committee, I'm told we have Maman Mike Usman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Sheni Adio, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, His Excellency M.A. Abubakar, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Professor Ladi Hamalai, my special recognition, we recognize you, Professor Ladi Hamalai, Professor Yusuf Mohammed Yusuf, we also have Professor Taye Simbine. These are consultants to this very important committee that is responsible for our gathering here today. I go back to the list. Consultants of the committee, Maman Mike Usman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Seni Adio, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, His Excellency M.A. Abubakar, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Professor Ladi Amalai, Professor Yusuf Mohammed Yusuf, and Professor Tanya Simbine. We welcome you all to this gathering. Consultants to this committee. Speaker, Adamawa State House of Assembly, Honorable Batia Wesley, we recognize you. Of course, we'd like to also recognize Speaker Kebbi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mohammed Usman Zuru. You're welcome to this gathering. May we please rise, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome the Speaker, House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON. The Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu, CON, Principal Officers of the House of Representatives, other members, who may please remain standing, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we take the national anthem. May we please take our seats, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is also the Chairman of the National Assembly, distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, represented by distinguished Senator Kaka Shehu Lawan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, is the Chairman, Senate Committee on Special Duties. Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, and his wife, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, who is also the Chairman, Committee on Constitution Review, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kanu, CON, with members of your committee, Principal Officers of the House of Representatives, the representative, honorable members of the House of Representatives, the representative of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, speakers of the State Houses of Assembly, member of Parliament, represented from the South African Parliament, Duduzile Zuma Sambudia, we welcome you to this gathering. Wives of governors of various states that are here with us, we welcome you. Members of the Federal Executive Council, the Diplomatic Corps, development partners, please, may I please have your attention, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Development partners, civil society organizations, the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, very warmly, we welcome you to this very important and historic gathering, the International Legislative Dialogue on Women and Constitution Amendment in Nigeria. For the records, I'd like to establish that this august gathering is put together by the House of Representatives in collaboration with the European Union and PLAC, that's Policy and Legal Advocacy Center. To kickstart this event, I have been cautioned to ensure that this program does not last longer than necessary. So we try to work within time to capture a whole lot, while at the same time we waste not much more time. I'd like to, at this point, invite the host, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze, CON, to please approach the podium and give us the address of welcome. May we please put our hands together for the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, please.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Dr. Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, ably represented by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Special Duties, distinguished Senator Kaka Shehu. Your Excellency, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, GCON, Yan Zhao Zhao, my boss, my friend and my brother, a man that I'm well pleased in his leadership, and his beautiful, very beautiful wife, very supportive wife. The leader of House of Representatives and Vice Chairman, House of Representative Committee on the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Professor Julius Ihonvere, the principal officers of the House of Representatives here present, the members of the House of Representative Committee on Constitution Review here present, members of the National Assembly, both serving and past here present, the Member of Parliament from South Africa, Madam Zuma. Some of you will recall that we had President Zuma as the President of South Africa. This is the daughter who is also in Parliament. She's here with us. The speakers and members of African parliaments, the former presiding officers of the National Assembly here present, the wives of the executive governors here present, with specific mention of the First Lady of Kwara State, who is chairing the body of First Ladies in the country. It's good to have you here. The members of Diplomatic Corps, development partners, the women groups, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the warmest greetings from the People's House, the House of Representatives. It is an honor to be here with esteemed advocates, policymakers, and legislators as we embark on a critical dialogue about women's role in governance and the Constitution amendment process. Our gathering today serves as a reaffirmation of our collective dedication to advancing women's political representation and inclusion, a priority that aligns deeply with the legislative agenda of the House of Representatives and the pursuit of a fairer, more inclusive Nigeria. Today, as we confront the realities that restrict women's political participation, it is essential to understand the scale and urgency of this issue. Data from the recent 2023 general election highlights the scope of this challenge. 18 political parties fielded a staggering 15,307 candidates. However, of these candidates, only 1,552 were women. This sharp contrast is not just a statistics. It is a stark reminder of the societal, structural, and political barriers that continue to inhibit women's full participation in our democracy. Indeed, inclusive governance is not merely an equity issue. It is a strategic imperative. countries that have successfully integrated women into decision-making roles experience gains in innovation, collaboration across sectors, and notably economic growth. In Africa, for example, comparative insights from Rwanda, from Tanzania, and Senegal indicate the transformative benefits of gender parity in government leadership that Nigeria can emulate. For instance, reports indicate that Nigeria could potentially achieve a 9% increase in GDP by 2025, with significant improvements in women's participation across all sectors. Investing in women's leadership, particularly within the political sphere, thus carries measurable and far-reaching benefits that we cannot afford to always overlook. Recognizing these benefits, the House of Representatives has made constitutional reform a cornerstone of its legislative agenda. I'm honored to lead the House Committee on Constitution Review, where we have proposed bills aimed at correcting the gender imbalance within government at all levels. One such critical bill, a bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to provide for a seat reservation for women in the National and State Houses of Assembly, HB 1349, alongside other 4 gender justice bills, are under consideration. This proposed legislation is designed to remedy the low representation of women by creating additional seats, specifically for female candidates in national and state legislature. The bill reflects a pragmatic approach by proposing a temporary measure, an approach that has worked effectively in other countries to fast-track women's representation in governance. These reserved seats are not a permanent fix, but are structured as a temporary special measure subject to review after 4 general election cycles or 16 years. At that time, stakeholders will assess whether the measure should continue, be adjusted, or be phased out based on progress made. We see this approach as essential within Nigeria's electoral system, which is largely based on a first-past-the-post model. Unlike proportional systems where party-based gender quotas can result in direct outcomes, our model presents challenges in implementing such quotas effectively. Special seats therefore offer a feasible solution to ensuring that women not only participate as candidates, but are also represented meaningfully within our legislative institution. Thank you. Yes, you can clap. Thank you. Furthermore, we must view the financial investment in women's inclusion as a direct investment into Nigeria's future. Countries with high women's representation in governance consistently show higher rates of progress in health, in education, and economic stability. Our society, therefore, stands to gain immensely from a legislature that reflects the diverse makeup of its citizenry and values contributions from all perspectives. The popular saying, "women belong in all places where decisions are being made," resonates strongly within this context. We must ensure that the national and state houses of assembly are inclusive and welcoming to women. This isn't just about seats or numbers. It is about recognizing the invaluable perspectives that women bring to the table, which in turn strengthens our democracy and make it more resilient. If the women are not clapping, I wonder if the men are the ones to clap. Thank you. I like that. As we gather here today, I urge each of us to look beyond the challenges and see the transformative potential of a Nigerian democracy that embraces its entire population. On behalf of the House Committee on Constitutional Review, I implore that the discussions and resolutions should focus on how we can best support the path towards gender inclusivity within our legislative framework. Let us champion these amendments, advocate for the adoption of temporary special measures, and work to remove barriers that hinder women's political advancement. In conclusion, let me reiterate that our commitment to improving women's representation in governance is not just a goal. It is an essential component of our democratic journey. Let us proceed with resolve and vision, ensuring that our policies and constitutional reforms reflect our dedication to a more inclusive and equitable Nigeria. I thank you for your attention and your continued dedication to this critical cause, and I welcome you all to this incredibly important dialogue. Let the conversation commence. May God bless you and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Carlo, CON, Deputy Speaker, House of Reps, and also the Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution. I do believe that he deserves another round of applause. Of course, the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution has been working with development partners to bring to fruition their objective. And of course, the leading partner who have been working with them over the years to see to this desire has been the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the Executive Director of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, Mr. Clement Nwankwo, as he gives us his goodwill message. Mr. Nwankwo, sir.
Your Excellencies, the Senate President, the Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the leadership of the National Assembly, principal officers, distinguished senators, honorable members, Your Excellencies, traditional rulers, ladies and gentlemen, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker has set the protocol, so I wouldn't repeat it. But I'd like to say that on behalf of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, we would like to thank the National Assembly for the work that is being done on this very crucial and important bill. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, who is sponsoring the temporary special seats bill for women, has provided a lot of elucidation on the contents of the bill. It is a very, very important bill. It's a country where you have a population of more than 200 million, split into equal parts between the men and the women, and yet we have only 3.5 or 4% at most of women represented in legislative houses, which underlines why this bill is so very crucial. It is important that we are able to harness the very important resource that women bring into governance, the very important skills that they have, their education, and their importance into governance in this country. And always, always, when you do have women well represented, you do have a fair and good balance of better representation and better governance in a country. So we're delighted that the National Assembly has taken this bill very seriously. We're delighted that it is one of the two out of the two key legacy bills that National Assembly is considering. There is the other bill regarding local governments as well. But this is a very, very special bill and very important bill. And it is important for us as a country, as Nigeria, to be able to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of where they have placed women. Our women are very resourceful, our women are very educated, and our women always make a difference when they're in the room. So it is an important time for all of us to put aside our prejudices. It is an important time for us to put away our biases against women and ensure that we do make a statement by saying that this bill will pass. We know that there is the National Assembly voting on this bill with 2/3 majority. There would be the states, all of the state houses of assembly would need at least 2/3, which means 24 states out of the 36 states voting on this bill, which is why in this room we have a wide representation from not just the national level, but also the state levels. The engagement with speakers, the engagement with the first ladies who are here in this room. And we have also, as the Deputy Speaker pointed out, invited the resource and knowledge and experience of international participants. It would not be unusual if Nigeria was to give women their rightful place, because we would only really just be emulating what is going on in several other African countries. And that's why it is very, very encouraging and delightful to see the honorable member from the South African Parliament who has joined us here. We thank you so much for making this journey at such short notice to share the South African experience. A lot of us who know Nigeria's relationship with South Africa know that Nigeria spent incredibly huge sums of money, gave incredible support. And I think that it's unfortunate that we're lagging behind South Africa when we should be, in fact, giving the direction and giving the roadmap for the rest of the continent. So I'm delighted that we would learn from South Africa how you achieved women representation in a way that shows a respect for all of the peoples of your country. And South Africa is not the only example. Tanzania, Ghana, even Sierra Leone, Senegal, Uganda. It's a fire that's catching across Africa, and I do not think that Nigeria should lose the opportunity of the special seats bill that is being presented to ensure that this bill passes. We do thank all of the development partners who have worked with us on this, and do thank very much the European Union for supporting this particular activity, and we do urge greater support for the work that is going to be done, and most importantly, we will urge members of the National Assembly in the Senate and House of Representatives and the State House of Assembly to vote very much in support of this bill so that we will have this bill practiced for at least 16 years, as the Deputy Speaker has pointed out, and see how within that period we will give women their rightful place in the governance of this country. Thank you so very much.
Thank you once again. Would like to give another round of applause, if you don't mind, to the Executive Director, Policy and Legal Advocate, Mr. Clement Gwankwo. Thank you very much for that very powerful goodwill message this morning. And also moving on very quickly this morning, I'd like to bring on stage the next person who's lined up for the second goodwill message that we will be listening to this morning. I'd like to recognize and welcome at this point the representative of the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, Jill Liver, OBE, the Deputy British High Commissioner to Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we give her a round of applause as she comes on stage? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Right Honourable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honourable Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honourable Members of the Committee of the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, traditional members, traditional rulers, members of civil society, diplomatic community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to stand on existing protocols if I've missed any. My personal thanks to the British government, to the Right Honourable Benjamin Kalu, COM, in recognition of his personal sponsorship and investment in this issue. I agree with everything that he said. His statesmanship we much appreciate, and his he for she Thank you very much indeed. Thank you also to my colleagues at the EU for this programme. Zissimos is at the front. And their investment in this issue, which we feel passionately in the United Kingdom about, is something that we greatly appreciate. Their collaboration with the UK, with development partners, with Nigerian stakeholders, the opportunity for me to deliver this message to you all today. Sincere thanks. Your sponsorship of this event is encouraging and shows strong and united backing from the international community for Nigeria. How Nigeria organises its internal governance is for Nigerians alone. It's not for me or anyone else to lecture. But the UK and the international community are hugely encouraged by the progressive steps towards introducing the Special Seats Bill. Nigeria's democracy is robust, and that is why Nigeria's proper place as Africa's giant and as a global leader is not at the bottom of global and African rankings for women's political empowerment and women's parliamentary representation. In society, for every Nigerian woman, there stands a Nigerian man. In Parliament, for every Nigerian woman, there stand 22 men. Currently, 4 women out of 109 in the Senate and 16 out of 360 in the House of Representatives, so only 20 women out of 469 seats. So we need more. Greater representation of women in Parliament brings proven, tangible benefits for women and men. Greater investments in public health and education, reduced levels of corruption, economic development, less conflict in country and society, sustainable peace and prosperity for all, more inclusive and participatory governance. It's all very well evidenced down the ages. This Special Seats Bill is a temporary special measure, just as the Right Honourable Ben Kalu said, and it's designed to achieve greater gender balance. It's not zero-sum. The men do not lose their seats. It does have costs, but those limited costs in the scheme of overall budgets for democracy and for development in Nigeria is relatively small, and it needs to be set against the economic and social costs of continuing to exclude women. So it's not about favouring women over men. It's about addressing the historical imbalances and ensuring fairness in representation. Over 100 countries in the world use reserved seats or other gender quotas in Parliament. We've mentioned South Africa, trailblazing on this issue, Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa again, Uganda, Tunisia, Kenya, Burundi, Mauritania, just in sub-Saharan Africa. And the UK, we've been on a journey ourselves. About half of our cabinet now, 22 positions in Prime Minister Starmer's cabinet. Out of 22, 11 are women, including several big offices of state, for example, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Finance Minister. And we now have about 240 women MPs out of 650 in the House of Commons. So we haven't got 50%, but we're getting there, and we're pleased by that. All the evidence suggests that if this bill, the Special Seats Bill, becomes an act, it will give Nigeria renewed energy and ideas to propel Nigeria's development forward. And we fervently wish for that. And the UK will be there with you, standing by you whenever we're invited to do so, in pursuit of this noble goal. Just as the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker said, women belong in all places where decisions are being made. And good luck and good skill in your progress towards this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The UK will be with us and stand by us. We so much appreciate it, ma'am. Another round of applause for the Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commissioner Jill Lever, OBE. And just before we move to invite the next speaker for the Google message, I'd like to bring to our notice that this program is live on Channels Television. Let's put our hands together for Channels for the support for the growth of the success of this program. I'd like to now invite Elsie Atafua, Resident Representative, UNDP, please.
His Excellency Senator Dr. Godwill Akpabio, GCON, President of Senate, the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, GCON, and his wife, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CON, honorable members of the House of Representatives, Excellencies, Ambassadors, esteemed development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on existing protocols, and good morning once again. Let me begin by thanking the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker and all the members of the House of Representatives for the privilege to join this historic dialogue on women and constitutional amendment in Nigeria. I recognize the exemplary leadership of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker in advancing numerous bills and measures to increase the participation of women in both elected and appointed offices in Nigeria. The bill on special seats for women, and thank you, Deputy Speaker, for that, as part of the constitutional amendment process, including the Gender Equality, Equal Opportunity Bill, will help us to enhance the participation of women in politics. Again, I thank the House drive to strengthen the Assembly's oversight role to comply with the national gender policy of 35% for women in both public and private sectors. Today, we come together, we carry forward a mission of extraordinary importance, one that resonates deeply across every community, every institution, and every heart committed to equity and inclusion. This is the unresolved issue of women's inclusion and participation in the governance of Nigeria, an issue that has taken center stage since 5 gender bills failed to pass during the 9th National Assembly Constitution Review process. How is it possible that for Africa's most populous nation, the giant of Africa, and there's a reason why Nigeria is called the giant of Africa, because Nigeria provides leadership to us all. How is it possible that we only have 4 women in Senate out of 109 and 16 out of 360? The disparity in gender representation at the state and local levels could even be higher. And I say this passionately because Nigeria continues to provide leadership to many of us. As a young woman who grew up in the ghettos of Ghana, I've been inspired by Nigerian women, even in the United Nations, where we have Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General, Okonjo Iweala, head of WTO, Ahuna Ezeakonwa, head of UNDP Africa. How is it possible that we are not able to make a dent? But the good news is that the time is right now, and the incredible leadership and political will of this auspicious 10th National Assembly is one that we will celebrate. The board intend to interrogate, please, a round of applause. The board intend to interrogate this issue with the aim of finding common solutions, a welcome move that should be supported. So I just wanted to say a few things because we don't have time. To address the question of the wider gender disparity in the political representation of women in Nigeria's governance, it is important for us to have a shared understanding on a few things. Why? Why? What? And how? But why? The world is changing, and it's changing so fast. We are in a time of artificial intelligence. Mr. Speaker, only a few days ago, my son told me, "Mommy, I've seen an app, and I want to be in the metaverse." I was asking him, you don't want to be here on earth, you want to be in the metaverse. But you can understand the power of technology. He who controls technology will control the world. And what about women in parliament who understand and connect to their children? What are the risks and opportunities that they are there to legislate in a powerful way to support their own? It is important for us to see that it's a changing world, and Nigeria needs to be the giant of Africa, the anchor that we demand in the continent. But it is also good governance. It creates a governance system that reflects all Nigerians. Half of Nigerians' population are women, and yet the reality is not reflected in the governance system. A government that includes women is more representative of the people it serves, leading to greater public trust and engagement. These are our grandmothers. These are our aunties. These are our sisters. These are our granddaughters. And they can bring perspectives and insights and priorities into issues around healthcare, education, economic empowerment, and social welfare. But why does it matter? It matters because it is good development. by improving economic growth and tackling poverty. Women's participation in governance is not just about meeting gender quotas, it's about achieving real impact. When women govern, communities see improvement in healthcare access, family welfare policies, and educational outcomes. And we have seen this in Rwanda. We have seen this in South Africa. We have seen this in Liberia. We have seen this in Uganda, where I'm just coming from. It is also important because it addresses gender-specific needs. Women in governance are more likely to champion policies that address gender-based violence, high rates of maternal mortality, barriers to education for girls. We must see this as a development imperative, but also addressing gender-specific needs. And it's also important because it inspires future generations. Women's inclusion in leadership challenges cultural norms and promotes gender equality, sending a message to society that leadership is not limited by gender. Women in political roles serve as role models, inspiring more Nigerian women and girls and young women to pursue education, leadership, civic education, and many more. And I'm a testament of that, being inspired by many women growing up in the ghettos of Accra. Clearly, there are strategic benefits in pursuing fair political representation of women in Nigerian governance. And I'll not repeat myself because examples have been mentioned. But what can we do? What can we do practically? It means increasing representation in elected and appointed roles. And I know the Deputy Speaker talked about that, but I will not belabor that. It means implementing gender quotas or affirmative action policies. Again, thank you for leading that conversation, Mr. Speaker and Deputy Speaker, around dedicated quotas for women. It means strengthening leadership pathways for women, encouraging women's participation at grassroots levels, in local councils, in community organizations, so they gain experience and build influence over time. It means fostering a culture of gender inclusivity in politics, addressing cultural stereotypes, providing legal protections for women in politics, and encouraging positive portrayals of women in leadership roles in the media. And I can go on and on and on. But how? How can we do this more practically? We must, and there are a few options for us as I try to conclude. Galvanize and move forward with public awareness campaigns on the benefits of women's inclusion. And we must campaign. And it must not be seen as a threat. We must engage male champions for gender equality. He for she was talked about. When prominent men advocate for gender equality, it sends a strong message to distractors that this initiative is about national progress, not just gender balance, thus reducing opposition. The how means not only having the idea of quotas, but implementing and enforcing these quotas. It means working with civil society and women groups on the ground, providing capacity building for women, leaders. And finally, it means leaving no one behind the constitutional review process, product and implementation, and enforcement of the law. As we advance the constitutional reform, several specific challenges arise. We must ensure the language used in the Constitution is gender sensitive and includes women's experiences, addressing intersectionality such as race, ethnicity, disability, and many more. As I conclude my goodwill message, I am delighted, also as a daughter of the soil, to reiterate my own commitment and that of the United Nations Development Program and the United Nations family. We believe in the power of inclusive legislation to drive sustainable development and advance aspirations of all citizens. We stand firmly with Nigeria in supporting legislative frameworks that uphold equality, justice, and opportunity for all. We remain committed to strengthening institutional capacities, fostering dialogue, ensuring Nigerian women have a seat at every table where decisions are made. And as we engage in these critical discussions today, remember the far-reaching impact that every decision holds for current and future generations. Today's dialogue is more than a meeting. It is a call to action. Let us commit ourselves to an enduring vision, one where all voices are valued, all dreams are heard, all barriers are broken down for women seeking to lead. Let this dialogue strengthen our collective resolve, building understanding and laying the foundation for actionable change. May this gathering mark a turning point, and may each of us leave here with renewed determination to create a Nigeria where women are fully empowered to contribute to the governance of this great nation, the giant of Africa and the anchor of Africa. Once again, let me thank Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker in the House for the leadership, for the unwavering dedication to building a just and equitable Nigeria. We stand with you. And as I conclude, again, I just want to personalize this. From a woman who grew up in the ghettos of Accra, I was given an opportunity by the United Nations. And today, as our Secretary General pushes for gender equality, I can say in UNDP we have 50% women as representatives. Once again, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elsie Atafua. She could pass as an evangelist. I was almost saying hallelujah. She could pass as a politician. Whatever she's selling, I want to buy. And whatever she's advocating, I want to sign. Where do I sign? Such passion, such power, such eloquence. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Elsie Atafua, the United Nations Development Program resident representative here in Nigeria. She just finished serving as a resident representative in Uganda before she got posted to Nigeria. Thank you very much for that fiery goodwill message, Mr. Tafwa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, moving real quick. Tav had told you earlier on that this event is being covered live, so we are within time. We plead once again, much as we enjoy the fiery speeches, let us try as much as possible to keep them within time. Moving right on, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, to invite Mr. Zimos Vargas, who is a Deputy Ambassador, European Union Delegation to Nigeria and the ECOWAS, as he comes forward to give us his goodwill message. Let's encourage him, please, as he makes his way to the podium. Mr. Zimos Vargas, the Deputy Ambassador, EU Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, and a warm good morning to all of you. An impressive protocol. We have here the Nigerian heavyweight champions of women political empowerment. I have to, though, go through it. I think it's important because it's emblematic of how many of you are aligning behind such an important cause. His Excellency, the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, amply represented. Here, the Speaker of the House, Your Excellency, Honorable Abbas Tajuddin. Our host, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu. The Chairperson of the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, Professor Folake Abdulrazak. Representatives of the international community, representatives of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation of the European Union, I would like to express our appreciation for your kind invitation. We're truly honored to join you in this flagship event on women and constitutional amendment. The active participation of women at all levels of decision-making and politics is essential to the achievement of equality, social justice, sustainable development, peace and democracy. In the 21st century, this is not any longer a suggestion, a good idea. It is an essential prerequisite. And I think it's important to retain this message. There are good news and bad news. The good news is that nowadays, all around the world, strategies to increase women's participation in politics have been advanced through conventions, protocols, and international agreements for gender mainstreaming in political life. However, in reality, they are yet to prove effective in achieving gender parity in the highest government rankings. Thus, women continue to be underrepresented in government and continue to face barriers that often make it difficult for them to access and assume leadership positions and thus exercise political power. In Nigeria, the advocacy for women's political participation has been long drawn. There has been considerable institutional investment. Still, we have to admit that reality bites. The representation remains in a steady decline. In spite of what we see together today here, the very dynamic presence and interventions by women's group, the heavyweight champions of the cause, and many among them spending a lot of their energy in their everyday work supporting this matter. In this context, the ongoing, and somebody could say historical, constitutional reform process presents a singular opportunity to leverage political inclusion by adopting an inclusive legal framework that promotes equal participation of all Nigerians, regardless of gender, ethnicity, age, and disability status. Also, very important issues when we're discussing constitutional reform. There is a strong evidence all around the world that as more women are elected to office, there is an increase in policy making that emphasizes quality of life and reflects the priorities of families, of youth, of marginalized groups for a more effective social, financial, and political inclusion. A recent analysis that most of you are quite aware, shows progress over the last 30 years around the world from 11.3% of women participation in assemblies. In 2024, we have reached 27%, but it's a global figure. Now, in Africa, there are leading countries, admirable examples that they are being cited very often: Rwanda, Namibia, Senegal, Ethiopia, Mozambique, South Africa, amply represented here today by Mrs. Zuma, with women occupying, in average, over 35% of all parliamentary seats. At the level of the European Union, because we have to be also accountable for what we are doing in our own house, we saw also great progress. In 1979, female members of the European Parliament occupied only around 16% of the available places. Since then, with every new election, the percentage of female participation rose continuously, reaching today around 39%, and I'm talking about the latest elections for the European Parliament that took place in June 2024. The fact of the matter is that gender equality remains among the strongest political agendas at the level of the European Union, and there is an overwhelming consensus of the enormous dividends that gender equality brings by activating the citizenry around social, financial, and political inclusion. Also, let's have a look at the political hierarchies of the European Union. That is, again, an emblematic sign on how we see political empowerment for women. The President of the European Parliament, Mrs. Roberta Metsola, the President of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, the new head of the European diplomacy, the High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security, Mrs. Kaja Kallas. In most of the cases, the progress witnessed in all these specific cases highlighted is because of deliberate attempts by decision makers and key political and societal stakeholders. It didn't happen in the vacuum. It's worthwhile mentioning that before 1995, only 2 countries in the world, namely Argentina and Nepal, applied legislated gender quotas. However, since then, quotas have spread to all regions of the world, driving up women's representation in parliaments. And today, we have 81 countries where quotas are held under legislation. On the other hand, in countries where quotas are not legislated, women participation is quite lower. Therefore, it is imperative that special measures are adopted to promote a more inclusive process duly embedded in the electoral procedures. The ongoing constitution reform presents for Nigeria a unique opportunity to join the league of leading nations in promoting gender parity and political inclusion. The rest of Africa, we know that, is looking up to Nigeria for leadership in the 21st century. Nigeria cannot let them down. It is my sincere hope that today's event will contribute to these perspectives. As friends of Nigeria, the European Union remains committed to working with all stakeholders across party lines, civil society, and the public in promoting women's rights to political life. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you successful deliberations.
May we please put our hands together once more for the Deputy Ambassador, European Union Delegation to Nigeria and the ECOWAS. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next goodwill message will come from the Conference of Speakers of State Assemblies. The forum is represented by Right Honorable Adeoye Aribasoye, Speaker, Ekiti State. Let's put our hands together for the representative of Conference of Speakers of State Assemblies, Right Honorable Adeoye Aribasoye, for his goodwill message.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, members of House of Representatives, my dear colleagues, the speakers of various state houses of assembly in Nigeria and members of House of Assembly in Nigeria, please, I think at this juncture, let me maintain the already established protocol. I mean, the one that is rightly established. Distinguished guests, it is with heartfelt honor and a profound sense of purpose that I stand before you today, representing the Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures of Nigeria at this pivotal international legislative dialogue on women and constitutional amendments in Nigeria. I extend warm greetings and solidarity from the state houses of assembly across our great federation. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution for convening this vital engagement. Your unwavering commitment to fostering inclusive governance in Nigeria is commendable. I also wish to acknowledge the invaluable support from the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, and the European Union, which highlights our shared vision of empowering women and promoting their political inclusion. Today's dialogue transcends mere conversation. It is a clarion call to action, a powerful platform where legislatures, civil society, and stakeholders unite to confront the entrenched challenge of gender disparity in Nigeria politics. Despite our collective efforts over the years, the statistics remain disheartening. Only 4 women serve in the Senate, that is out of 109, and a mere 16 out of 360 in the House of Representatives. And to make the matter worse, 55 out of 990 in the state houses of assembly in Nigeria, representing 5.5%. This stark underrepresentation is not just a statistic. It is a reflection of systemic barriers that we must dismantle with urgency and resolve. Thank you. I must also say that whatever I'm reading represents the opinion of 990 members of the State Houses of Assembly in Nigeria. This gathering is an opportunity, a chance to right historical wrongs and pave the way for a more equitable political landscape by advocating for specific amendments to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We can create pathways for women's leadership. Central to our mission are proposals for temporary special mayors, including gender quotas, reserved seats, and political party quotas. These mayors, already in place in countries such as South Africa and Rwanda, have proven effective in transforming political representation for women. And we must seriously consider how we can adapt them to our context in Nigeria. The state houses of assembly play a pivotal role in this constitutional review process. And I believe that it is important for us to know that we are collaborators. But today, I can say that that is not also showing in the arrangement. I look at the program, Conference of Speakers, I think it's just by insertion now. Even the city arrangement, the chairman Conference of Speakers has no place. And I think we must understand that it is important that we are an important partner, and that must reflect in whatever we are doing. As representatives of the grassroots, we are closest to the people, and our legislative endorsement is critical in actualizing any amendment to the Constitution. The 1999 Constitution mandates that at least 2/3 of the state houses of assembly must ratify any proposed amendment. Therefore, our commitment is essential for driving the change that women in Nigeria so rightly deserve. I assure you, And when I say high, I mean the 990 members of the state houses of assembly in Nigeria, that the Conference of Speakers is fully committed to ensuring that this dialogue translates into actionable and concrete results. We will continue to work with the National Assembly, but National Assembly must be ready to work with us also, and other stakeholders, to amplify the voices of women and support the necessary amendments that will pave the way for greater political inclusion. Let me close by saying, and please, if I say I'm close, you know I'm a lawyer, I may have another conclusion. Let us remember that enhancing women's political participation transcends a mere legal obligation. It is a profound opportunity to empower half of our population to contribute meaningfully to our nation's development. When women excel in leadership, our entire country flourishes. Now, to conclude, thank you for your attention, and I eagerly anticipate our productive discussion that will lead to transformative outcomes for women in Nigeria. Together, let us make this vision a reality. Thank you all.
Why are the women so excited this morning? Permit me at this point as I recognize and welcome the representative of the Forum of National Women Leaders of Political Parties. Will be represented by Amina Darasimi Ibrahim. Please, can we give a round of applause as she comes on stage? Can we give her a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. May I crave your indulgence to stand on existing protocol, please? Our society is patriarchal. The politics we practice in Nigeria is male-dominated. Therefore, for we women to succeed, we need the support of the men. We are not in competition, but we want to complement the men. And so today we commend the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly, the House of Representatives, I'm sorry, and Chairman, House Committee on Constitution Review. We thank you for the political will to have this conversation at this time. When you look at the Nigerian Constitution, when you look at our party's constitution, our manifestos and the Electoral Act, there is no gender policy that is specific. The gender policy is neutral. So how then can we achieve 35% inclusive and elective positions? How? When the gender policy is neutral. Therefore, for us to compete globally, we hope that after today's conversations, we will go back with stronger legislations and stronger gender policies that will be specific. The question now is, where is Nigeria in the global conversation? Nigeria is not on the chart because in the African Parliament, you have Rwanda with the highest of 61.25%, and the lowest is Gambia with 8.62%. Nigeria is not on the chart because Nigeria is 4.7%. You look at the upper chamber, the highest is South Africa with 44.44%. The lowest is Liberia with 6.67%. Nigeria is not on the chart because Nigeria is 2.7%. Therefore, we hope that by 2027, after these conversations, We are looking at a country where, for instance, where you have a governor, we should have the deputy as a woman. For the states where you have 3 senators, 1 should be a woman. Where you have 9 House of Reps members, 3 should be a woman. And also in the Houses of Assembly. So that by 2027, we'll be competing with at least in the African continent, and then we begin to talk about the global conversations. Thank you very much.
She literally dropped the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, Amina Darasimi Brahim, representative of the Forum of National Women Leaders of Political Parties in Nigeria. Another round of applause for her, please. And you would also note that the speakers at this event were carefully curated. These are the critical stakeholders that have a role to play in the conversation that we are having. The state houses of assembly, of course, whatever the National Assembly does, they still have to go to State House of Assemblies the National Women Leaders are welcoming one of their own. She represented them very well. Of course, the State Houses of Assembly have to ratify what the National Assembly does, and then the National Women Leaders of political parties are critical because it is the political parties that will start the conversation on how to ensure that women get slots. Women, are you happy with what is going on so far? Women, are we doing what you asked us to do? Let's put our hands together for the House of Reps Committee on Constitutional Review and Plaque and all the partners for bringing you to the table and putting your matter in the front burner. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving real quick, we want to invite a partner, someone who has been very much involved in the planning of this event, and she has been part of the conversation. She's wearing 2 hats today. We have the First Lady of Kwara State, who is also the chairperson of the Forum of Spouses of Governors in Nigeria, and today she's wearing yet another hat as the representative of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Please join me as we welcome Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdulrazak, First Lady of Kwara State and Chairperson, Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, as she delivers the special remarks of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Your Excellency, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction. It's a pleasure for me to be here today wearing all these several hats. This is what we want for women. The President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, ably represented. Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and his lovely wife, our dear friend. Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, and Chairman, Committee on Constitution Review, and our host for today. Thank you for convening this. It's a very important topic. All senators here present, all House of Representatives members here present, the First Lady of Yobe State. I'm supported here by some of the First Ladies of the states. First Lady of Yobe State, Her Excellency Hafsat Kolere-Buni. First Lady of Plateau State, Her Excellency Helen Muftwang. The wife of the SGF, who's also one of our collaborators here. Traditional rulers here present. We can see representatives of POA, all women organizations. I recognize the party leaders, the women party leaders here. Deputy Ambassador of the European Union, Mr. Vegas. The resident representative of the UNDP. the British High Commission, represented by the Deputy High Commissioner, other members of the Diplomatic Corps, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to rest on all existing protocols today. So I'm here, the First Lady, as this event was starting, the First Lady asked me to send her regards. She's in a crucial meeting. She would have loved to be here because this is a topic very close to her heart. She was one of the members in the Senate, one of the female representatives in the Senate, so she knows exactly what we're talking about here today. And she asked me to send her greetings and to inform you that she's really looking forward to all the decisions and pronouncements that we come up with here from this session. So on my own part, it is indeed an honor and a great pleasure for me to be part of this international legislative dialogue on women and constitution amendment in Nigeria. I commend the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, and acknowledge the support of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, and the European Union in convening this dialogue to, among other things, discuss prevalent challenges hindering legislative actions aimed at advancing women's political inclusion. Despite the declaration made at the Fourth World Women Conference in Beijing in 1995, those of us going to the CSW in New York in March will know that we're going to be talking about 30 years after Beijing and what we have achieved, which advocated 30% affirmative action and the National Gender Policy, NCP, recommendation of 35% for a more inclusive representation of women in elective and appointive positions. Nigerian women still struggle to find their pride of place in politics and governance. Some states, such as Kwara State, have signed and implemented the 35% Women Inclusion Bill, and it is expected that more states will toe the line in the nearest future. I think we deserve a round of applause in the states. While some gains were recorded in women representation in states' House of Assembly membership during the last election cycle, particularly in states like Kwara, where we had 5, and I think Ekiti had 6. This was, however, not the case at the current 10th National Assembly, as only 4 women were voted into the Senate out of the 109 total members, while the House of Representatives has only 16 women out of a total of 360 members. This development, you will agree with me, gives credence to the propriety of today's gathering, as it affords us the opportunity to discuss prevalent challenges hindering legislative actions and enhance awareness on the importance of temporary special measures, such as legislated gender quotas, reserved seats, and political party quotas, as gender-responsive approaches to enhancing political inclusion and participation of women in the country. Further to this, the session will also afford us the avenue to share lessons learned and develop critical advocacy paradigms for required actionable affirmative initiatives on further constitution amendments proposals dealing with women. You know, on my part, I am very proud to be here as a representative of Kwara State. I'm sure all of you know the strides the governor has taken in gender inclusion and parity, and this is why he's always decorated everywhere he goes as a veritable he for she. There was a time where there were 56% women in his cabinet, more women than men, and right now we have 50-50 women and men in the cabinet of the governor of Kwara State. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while women constitute about half of our voting population in Nigeria and contribute immensely to the growth and development of our society, our innate potentials have not substantially translated to the inclusion we all crave. It is in this regard that I commend the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. the plaque and the European Union for this laudable initiative and for creating pathways into promoting women development and inclusion as a matter of law in Nigeria. Women's equal participation in governance and indeed all facets of life, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me, is central to democracy and achieving sustainable development and egalitarian society. While the struggle to redress marginalization of women in leadership positions show measures of success, like I've mentioned, in the States in particular, this progress has been slow and uneven. Hence, this dialogue of critical stakeholders is germane in achieving this progressive and sustainable goal. For us at the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum, which you've been informed is the coalition of all First Ladies in the Federation, we are resolutely committed to fostering the cause of women inclusion, and we are given constantly to engendering this cause through our sensitization and advocacies on the education of the girl child and indeed all children as a precursor to achieving this. It may interest you to know that the thematic areas of the intervention of the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum include helping aspiring women to attain leadership positions, and this is evident in how we were able to help these women achieve their aims in the last elections in our respective states and in the general elections as well. I am particularly proud of the role that I played in the last elections as a member of the, those who were working on electing women into governance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is indeed no shortage of intelligent, ambitious, and capable women potential leaders in Nigeria, but multiple obstacles hinder their leadership aspirations and candidacy. And as such, this conference stands to mystify the age-long barrier. There are certain things we need to do, there are certain cultures we need to work on, some cultures of politics that, kind of alienate women from participating. I think when we do all this, we'll be home free. Once again, I commend the organizers of today's event for seeing the potentials in the Nigerian woman and for choosing to pursue the better option through ensuring advocacies for legislation that enshrines the necessity of the contribution of women to our national growth and development. While I wish us fruitful deliberations and acceptable outcomes, it is my sincere belief that collectively we stand as a driving force to promote inclusivity in government and governance, as we will continue to support initiatives such as this and sustain advocacy for fairness and equity for every Nigerian woman, girl, and child. Thank you very much for listening.
That was an eloquent presentation from Her Excellency Ambassador Abdul Razak. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the zenith of this event, I'd like to, without wasting much time, invite to the podium the representative of His Excellency, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, represented by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Special Duties, Distinguished Senator Kaka Shehu Lawan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for Senator Kaka, SAN.
My elder brother, a gentleman par excellence, His Excellency Dr. Tajuddin Abbas and his beloved wife, my learned friend and the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, my brother, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, the Leader of the House, Professor Benjamin Ehombere, the representative of the First Ladies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President of the Senate, His Excellency Dr. Godswill Obot Akpabio, wished to have been here in person, but for competing official engagement elsewhere. Hence, he directed me to represent him in this August gathering. Whatever I say is the written text of Mr. President. His remarks goes thus: I stand before you today with a profound sense of purpose and urgency. We gather here united in a mission that transcends boundaries and speaks to the very heart of our dear nation. A mission dedicated to empowerment of women and the progress of Nigeria. History has taught us a fundamental truth: no nation can rise higher than the place it gives to its women. I want to take a moment to commend the organizers of this essential event, particularly the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The members of this esteemed body have shown unwavering patriotism, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Senate in our shared commitment to nation building. We honor them for their dedication. We also extend our gratitude to the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center and the European Union. Your tireless efforts have brought us together for this crucial dialogue. Your commitment to advancing women's rights and ensuring their participation in our democracy is not just commendable, it is vital. As we engage in this international legislative dialogue on women and constitution amendment, let us remember the pivotal role of women, the pivotal role women play in shaping our society and the future for envision for Nigeria. The renewed hope agenda of the Tinubu administration recognizes this truth, dedicating itself to the empowerment and inclusion of women. We believe that the progress of our nation hinges on the active participation of all its citizens, especially women. The 10th Senate has made significant strides in supporting women's empowerment. We have passed legislation aimed at combating gender-based violence, ensuring that women can live free from fear and oppression. We have taken steps to increase women representation in decision-making bodies, including introduction of gender quotas in political party nominations. I think we need to be appreciated. These initiatives are just the beginning of a broader commitment to ensure that women's voices are not only heard, but respected in the corridors of power, in the streets of our cities, and in the homes of our people. Across the globe, we have witnessed the transformative power of women when given the opportunity to lead. In Rwanda, where women hold 60% of parliamentary seats, we see a remarkable shift towards inclusive governance and sustainable development. In Scandinavian countries, gender equality is woven into fabric of society, fostering higher standard of living and educational attainment. These nations thrive not in spite of their women, but because they embrace and harness the strength. As I reflect on my journey, I am reminded of a bond I shared with my mother, who, after the loss of my father when I was just 6 months old, became my anchor and inspiration. The embodied resilience and love instilling in me the unwavering belief that we can overcome any challenge. Her sacrifices were not for her alone, they were for a vision of a better future, a vision that drives my commitment to this cause today. So as we confront the challenges that hinder women's participation in our political landscape, let us remember that this is not just a matter of justice, it is our patriotic duty. A society that suppresses its women is a society that remains shackled. Women, when thrive, families flourish, communities prosper, and nations grow stronger. The 10th Senate is steadfast in its commitment to enacting laws that promote gender equality and empower women. Just as justice is blind, so too must our laws, appointments, and opportunities be gender neutral. We must ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of gender, has equal access to opportunities and representation. We must judge individuals by the content of their character, not their gender. Let us use this platform for honest dialogue, reflecting on the challenges we face, political, cultural, economic, and social, and devising ways to overcome them. The steps we have taken are merely stopgap measures. We must work ourselves how we can achieve fundamental change. Our efforts must be rooted in mass support, and advocacy should be the cornerstone of our dialogue. I believe we have commenced our journey towards complete gender equality, and our march as a country is irreversible. This dialogue should serve as a compass. In closing, let me share a powerful story that resonates deeply with our purpose. A young girl once stood at the edge of a river, watching her father toil tirelessly for their family. One day, she asked him, "Why do you work so hard?" He replied, "Because I want to build a bridge for you, a bridge to your dreams." That girl grew up to be a leader and a change maker, a beacon of hope for our community. She knew that her father's sacrifices were the foundation upon which she would build her future. Today, let us commit to building a bridge for the women of Nigeria. Let us stand together, resolute in our determination to ensure that our wives and daughters, mothers and aunties, cousins and nieces have the opportunity to realize their dreams and contribute to our nation's progress. Together, let us forge a legacy of empowerment, equality, and hope for the generation yet unborn. Thank you. Finally, before I take my leave, the Senate President also said the 4 women representatives in the Senate are all chairmen or chairpersons of committee. That is to show you that the Senate is a gender-friendly Senate. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for the representative of the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Dr. Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, here ably represented by Senator Kaka from Borno State. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, now we are making progress and moving gradually to the high point of this event. At this moment, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to receive the keynote address, and this will be delivered by a man that is undisputably and undeniably a he-for-she leader. At the Parliament, he is a gentleman, and he has been carrying all the female legislators along. Honorable Kafilat, am I right? Am I correct about that? The Speaker, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, the leader of leaders and the one that has asked us all to be here today, that has constituted this Constitution Review Committee, chaired, of course, by his able deputy and brother, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, let us receive the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Please sit down. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Dr. Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, ably represented by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Special Duties, my dear brother, distinguished Senator Kaka Shehu, SAN. My dear wife, the First Lady of the House of Representatives, Hajia Fatima Tajuddin, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, CON, my dear brother, my partner, to whom I'm so pleased and so proud of, who incidentally is also the chairman on the review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria Committee of the House, the leader of the House of Representatives and the vice chairman, House of Representatives Committee on the review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Right Honorable Professor Julius Ehovering, OAN. The principal officers of the House of Representatives here present, the former presiding officers, I see our former Deputy Speaker, the chairperson of the Wives of Executive Governors here present, my dear sister, the Prof, former executive governors here present, the Speaker of the Parliament of Tanzania, Right Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, and my dear sister from the Parliament of South Africa, you're most welcome. Members of the Federal Executive Council present here, members of the Diplomatic Corps and development partners present here, civil society organizations, all women representatives here present, members of the press, and more importantly, to complete this long protocol, I would like to recognize the representative of the Conference of Speakers of States House of Assembly, our dear Speaker of Ekiti State House of Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is an honor to welcome you all to this vital dialogue on advancing women's representation within our governance structure. I extend my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation to deliver this keynote address. I would like to particularly commend my deputy, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezekalu, CON, Chairman of the House Committee on Constitution Amendment, and all members of his committee whose dedication has made this gathering possible. Today represents a meaningful step forward in our collective commitment to inclusive governance and national progress. I also recognize and deeply appreciate the distinguished women leaders from across Nigeria, as well as esteemed representatives from national parliaments in Africa and international organizations whose presence enriches this gathering. Honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, we gather here not for rhetoric, but to establish a clear and actionable path towards meaningful reform. Our goal is to ensure that Nigerian women, an essential part of our nation's social and economic fabric, secure their rightful place within our governance framework. Empowering women is not only a moral and democratic imperative, but also a strategic economic necessity. Research from global institutions, including the United Nations and the World Economic Forum, shows that organizations and countries benefit from better decision-making, stronger economic growth, and enhanced social well-being when women hold leadership roles. Women bring unique perspectives, influencing vital issues, from healthcare to economic policy, creating legislation that resonates with millions. McKinsey estimates that closing gender gaps could add as much as $12 trillion to the global GDP by 2025, underscoring the immense untapped potential of women's inclusion. Thus, increased representation of women is not a luxury, but a necessity for sustainable national development and stability. Around the world, and particularly in Africa, we see encouraging examples of gender inclusion. Rwanda, with over 60% women representation in its parliament, has shown us that robust, intentional policies work. South Africa, Namibia, and Senegal all have taken significant strides towards inclusivity, reshaping their political landscapes in ways Nigeria can learn from. These countries have demonstrated the profound impact of women's perspective in governance and development. For Nigeria, the current numbers are disheartening. Since 1999, women's representation in our National Assembly has remained disappointingly very low. Despite notable contributions from Nigerian women across various sectors, only 20 of the 469 seats in our National Assembly are today occupied by women. This stark gap speaks not of a lack of capable women, but of institutional barriers we must all work to dismantle. Some view increased women's representation as a threat to the status quo. But ladies and gentlemen, inclusion is not displacement, it is a partnership. Women's presence complements the contributions of men, enriching the policy-making process. If we trust women to shape our homes, nurture our own families, and educate our children, we must also trust them to contribute to shaping our nation's future. Furthermore, action policies to increase women representations are not undemocratic. On the contrary, they are deeply aligned with democratic principles. The Interparliamentary Union and the African Union uphold affirmative action as a mechanism to correct historical inequities, enabling all voices to contribute to a truly representative democracy. The Universal Declaration on Democracy, adopted by the Interparliamentary Union, affirms that democracy thrives where there is a partnership between men and women. This declaration should serve as a guiding principle in our legislative process. As lawmakers, we are responsible for advancing policies that reflect the values of fairness and equity. I am proud to state that this 10th House has prioritized inclusivity in our legislative agenda. I have directed the Constitutional Review Committee to focus on reforms that promote gender equity and provide additional or reserved seats for women in our legislative bodies. We must work towards joint ticketing in elections, reserved seats, and conferring equal citizenship rights to foreigners married to Nigerian women. However, reform is a collective responsibility, and we cannot simply issue communiques or promises. We must translate today's dialogue into real, actionable outcomes. The Constitutional Review Committee has engaged with key institutions, including the judiciary and Conference of Speakers of State Assemblies, and received submissions from citizens and stakeholders across the country. Now we must build on these consultations and rise with actionable models of inclusion that reflects Nigeria's unique context. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a father, a husband, and a committed advocate for gender equity, these cause hold deep personal significance. On October 10th, I vacated my seat in a special House session to Ms. Isabel Anani, a 16-year-old gender equality advocate. This act was more than symbolic. It was a firm declaration of our commitment to valuing voices of Nigeria's young women. Nigeria's demographic realities make this engagement with young people an absolute imperative. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, over 60% of our population is under 25, a statistic that calls us to action. To build a stronger future, we must empower young people, especially women, to participate in policy and decision-making. We must entrust them to represent us, shape policies, and drive our nation forward. This commitment aligns closely with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the legislative agenda of the House of Representatives. The President, recognizing the potential and energy of our youth, is investing in a national youth conference to create platforms for youth engagement and address their aspirations directly. In support of this vision, the House of Representatives will also host a youth town hall to develop a strategic roadmap for youth inclusion and leadership mentorship. Together, these initiatives reflect a shared determination to harness the capabilities of our young Nigerians, empowering them to actively shape and lead our nation's future. Distinguished participants and invited guests, let us commit to making this event more than just another conversation. Let us ensure that today's outcomes drive real change. Achieving gender equality demands our shared commitment, innovation, and decisive legislative action. In this regard, I make a heartfelt plea to Her Excellency, the First Lady, to lead an advocacy campaign across all 36 states. By engaging state governors, state houses of assembly, and other key stakeholders, we can ensure that the proposed reforms are widely understood and supported at every level, securing the essential votes in our state assemblies to bring these changes to life. In conclusion, I extend heartfelt appreciation to all our partners whose unwavering support has been instrumental to the House of Representatives and the Constitution Amendment Committee. I would particularly like to recognize the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, and the European Union for their strategic support and substantial investment, not only in this critical dialogue, but in the broader mission of advancing and strengthening Nigeria's legislative framework. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please put our hands together one more time for the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, GCON. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Please let's be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving real forward, the next item on the agenda at this point is that there is going to be a symbolic signing of a statement of commitment to support constitutional amendments on women's participation in governance in Nigeria, and this will be signed by Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdulrazak, First Lady of Kwara State, on behalf of the chairpersons of the, or rather chairperson on behalf of the Nigerian Governor Spouses Forum to be supported by the other First Ladies that are with her, and this will be witnessed by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, and of course, with the support of the wife of the Speaker, the Chairman House Committee on Women Affairs, the representative of the Forum of National Women Leaders of Political Parties, representative of POA, representative of NAFOA, and please, I would like to sincere apologies, please. Yeah. Thank you. Apologies. At this point, may I most respectfully invite the First Lady of Kwara State and the Chairperson of the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, Her Excellency Ambassador Professor Abdul Razak, to please approach the podium, and also to be accompanied by the First Lady of Yobe State, Mrs. Buni, and the First Lady of Plateau State, Mrs. Muftuan. Please let them come forward. Honorable Kafilat Obara, Chairman House Committee on Women Affairs, please join us. The representative of POA and representative of NAFOA. Yes, ma'am, please sit there. Thank you. May I also respectfully invite the wife of the, yes, please. May I respectfully invite the wife of the Speaker of the House of Representatives to please join us. Let's put our hands together for these powerful women as they come. The representative of the Forum of National Women Leaders of Political Parties here gathered, please also join us. From the Captains of Industry, the Managing Director of Zenith Bank, please join us. From the academia, Professor Nwosu, and the Vice Chancellor, Bayes University here in Abuja, please also join us. And wife of the Speaker, please. The wife of, Madam, please. May I therefore invite the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, CON, to please come forward and witness this epochal and historic event. Thank you. Chairman House Committee on Women in Parliament, and of course we have heard, it's not a complaint, it is a statement of commitment to be a part of this. The representative of the Conference of Speakers of the Houses of Assembly, yes, 990 of you, your voice must be heard. Please come and join in this commitment. All the women in the House of Representatives, Honorable Kafilat has asked that I invite you to please come and join. All the women in the House of Representatives, please, respectfully, please join us on the podium. Her Excellency Mrs. Akume, thank you very much for coming to join us. Professor Miriam, the rest, please, all of you, all the women, respectfully, please join and witness this epochal event. Professor Nwosu, Vice Chancellor, Bayes University, Professor Olufumilayo Josephine Paramalam, please also join us. Professor Linda Kwon Ndong, please join us as they sign. I would like to invite Her Excellency, the First Lady of Kwara State, and the Chairperson of the Nigerian Governors' Wives Spouses Forum to read the commitment so that the public can hear what has been signed. Your Excellency, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. The Speaker, once again, I stand on all existing protocol. This is a statement of commitment to support constitutional amendment on women's participation in governance in Nigeria. This is to put, paid to all what we've been saying all morning. As we say, we have to walk the talk. So as follows, it says, following the calls to action endorsed at the International Legislative Dialogue on Women and Constitutional Amendment in Nigeria, held at the Congress Hall, Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja, on October 28th to 29th, 2024, the Nigeria Governor Spouses Forum, comprising the First Ladies of Nigeria's 36 states, hereby commit to the following actions. Advocacy for affirmative action. We pledge to champion affirmative action, ensuring at least 35% of seats in legislative and executive branches are occupied by women to influence laws and policies for their communities. Support for gender bills. We advocate for the passage of the following gender bills before the House of Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution. Affirmative action for women in political party administration, special seats for women in the national and state assemblies, citizenship rights for spouses of Nigerian women, and gender equity in the Federal Character Commission. Number 3, promotion of SDG 5. We are committed to advancing the Sustainable Development Goal 5 gender equality targets in Nigeria. 4, to continue to work in collaboration with the Nigeria Governors Forum to advance the cause of women participation in leadership and governance in Nigeria. And I assure you, the Nigeria Governors Forum is committed to this. I already told you what the chair of the Nigeria Governors Forum has achieved in his state regarding gender equality and equity. So we are signing this. This shall be signed by myself and a representative of the forum on behalf of the deputy. This will be signed by the First Lady of Yobe, and then by His Excellency, the Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CON. Thank you so much.
Boss, should I witness? Mr. Speaker, I should go ahead. I'm only a witness on your behalf. I should go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Everyone, please remain on stage as we most respectfully invite the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, GCON, PhD, for them to present this commitment to him and for us to do the group photographs accordingly. May I therefore invite Honorable Zuma, please join us on stage. Thank you very much to witness this. Ms. Elsie Atafua of UNDP, please join us. Ms. Lever of the British High Commission, please join us on stage for the group photograph and to witness this signing. Mrs. Speaker, Madam Speaker, oh, okay. She's what God has joined together. She's making sure that, yes, Ms. Zuma, please. Ms. Zuma, please come closer. Ms. Atafua, Ms. Lever, please come closer. Please make your way to the stage, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, please. So can the rest of us now, the Conference of Speakers representative, please come forward. We have to be careful with you going forward. You are specially recognized in every event now, please. Deputy Speaker, please hold. You are the witness. Please hold. Please, let's put our hands together for them, please. This is a historic moment. This is the acknowledgement of the commitment to champion this bill and to support these 5 gender bills. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Please, we'll go back to our seats now. Yes, sir. And then we'll please stay back. We're taking the vote of thanks now, after which we are moving straight into the panel session. So the tea break will be a walking tea break. We will not be dispersing. We are moving into the technical aspect of the presentation. You don't want to miss this. Ms. Zuma is on that panel. Professor O.J. Paramalam is on that panel. It is moderated by Terry Ikumi of Channels TV. Please let us settle down. Back to our seats. Let us settle down as we immediately get ready to start off with the panel. Thank you, as we all make our way back to our seats. Thank you. Hajia Fatima Usman Katsina is representing the Nigerian Governors Forum you're very welcome. We see you, we greet you. And also, we will have you know that the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs, Ms. Iman, she just resumed today. She's doing her handover and takeover proceedings, so she's not able to be with us, but she has a representative that has come here to represent her. I assure you that we have captains of industry and all strata of society here with us. Naomi, please.
Thank you all very much. Your Excellencies and very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again would like to thank you. Please can we settle down as we will get into the other parts of this event very quickly. At this point, we're getting ready to receive, to have the vote of thanks happen very quickly. And just like it has already been announced, the tea break will be a walking tea break just so that we can get very quickly into the technical sessions and then get to save much of our time that's already fast spent. Thank you very much. And to move on very quickly for the vote of thanks, I'd like to invite on stage the Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, Honorable Professor Julius Ihomvere OON, to kindly please come forward for the vote of thanks. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes forward, please? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, a very able leader, Right Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, GCON, and the amiable wife, the Deputy Speaker, my brother, colleague, and friend. Let me especially recognize my colleague, the First Lady of Kwara State, who is also married to my brother, and wife of the spouses of governors, the Chairman, House Committee on Women Affairs, the leaders of the House, development partners that are here, my friends and from civil society. I see so many names from Prawa and Ward C, people I had worked with decades ago. I want to, especially on behalf of the Speaker and the House of Representatives, say a big thank you to you all for taking the time to come to this program today. The notes we heard this morning were instructive enough to show that we still have a lot of work to do, but we must celebrate the achievements we've been able to make. I say this at every occasion, that never in the history of the National Assembly has that house been open to civil society engagement than now, particularly in the House of Reps under Right Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. So civil society should take advantage of this opening, our willingness to work with you on any issue, and the kinds of motions and bills that have been taken on the floor demonstrate clearly that the House is open to ensuring gender balance, gender equality in Nigeria. So on this note, I want to once again thank you for attending. Please stay behind for the next session. It is going to be one of the very explosive conversations. And feel free to take notes so that you can, in turn, this is supposed to be a dialogue. It's not a one-sided thing. So the Speaker has directed me to inform you that he expects this dialogue to be intense because the House is going to utilize the outcomes from these conversations for further legislative action. That is the language of the House. I see Miriam, I thank you very much. I see the UNDP lady there, LCDO, plaque. I must mention them because these are our original partners. Thank you very much. I understand the tea break is a walking tea break. You take your tea and come back. Is that it? they'll bring the tea here. Oh, the tea is coming to you. So stay where you are. Don't go anywhere, and let's continue the conversation. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. and House Leader. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce to you that the organizing committee is hosting all our guests, the conference of speakers, the women groups, and everybody that has come here later this evening by 7 p.m., this same hall. There will be a dinner, lots of entertainment, lots of other events. This is a serious event that will be a bit stepped down so that you can have time to interact, to unwind, to network, and to get to meet each other and relate with each other and continue the conversation that is already ongoing. So 7 p.m. At this same hall, we've given cards to all our guests, so access card admits. There is going to be a dinner for all our guests. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, Your Excellencies, we're moving straight into the technical aspect of this event, and to kickstart that, we'll be taking a special remark from the Speaker of the Parliament of Tanzania and the President of the Interparliamentary Union (IPU), Right Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, who is joining us virtually. Technical, if you are ready, we are ready to take the address of Right Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, Speaker, Parliament of Tanzania, and the President of the Interparliamentary Union, after which we'll go straight into the first panel session where we'll have Ms. Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, Honorable Mansour Manu Soro, Professor Oje Paramalam, Zephaniah Ora, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Terry Ikumi of Channels TV. Technical, please. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am truly privileged today to participate in this vital dialogue on women and constitutional amendments in Nigeria. This conversation aims to elevate women's representation in Nigeria and will have far-reaching benefits not only for Nigeria, but for other African nations as well. The quest for improved women's political representation in Africa is deeply intertwined with the continent's diverse cultural, historical, and socio-political landscape. As nations grapple with the legacies of colonialism, patriarchal norms, and socioeconomic disparities, constitutions serve as powerful tools for promoting gender equity in governance. Many African countries recognize that women's participation in political processes is not just a matter of rights, but essential for sustainable development and democratic governance. This effort is driven by a combination of international influences, regional commitments, and national initiatives aimed at addressing gender disparities in political participation. The African perspective on this issue reflects a unique blend of traditional values and modern legislative frameworks. While many constitutions advocate for gender equality and women's empowerment, the effectiveness of these provisions often depends on political will, societal attitudes, and the interplay of local customs, all of which are vital for creating more inclusive and responsive political systems in Africa. International organizations like the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women, UN Women, supports initiatives to enhance political participation through technical assistance, capacity building programs, and advocacy platforms that align national policies with international standards. Similarly, the Interparliamentary Union, which I happen to lead at the moment, plays a vital role by providing advocacy support, capacity building initiatives, and research on global trends aimed at empowering women in historically male-dominated positions, thereby promoting greater political equity worldwide. African countries have made various commitments at both international and regional levels to enhance women's political representation. Instruments such as the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, and the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol, provide frameworks for promoting gender equality, obligating signatory states to ensure women's equal participation in political processes. Additionally, the African Union and regional bodies like the Southern African Development Community has developed protocols encouraging member states to implement measures that promote gender parity in politics. The SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, for instance, sets targets for achieving gender equality in political representation. Many African countries recognize the importance of gender equality in politics and have taken steps to address the historical underrepresentation of women. Most have adopted constitutional reforms that include gender quotas as a mechanism to enhance women's participation and representation. Gender quotas mandate a specific percentage or number of women in political bodies
technical,
such as
if you could just pause this for a bit, please. Just pause.
And
just
party
pause, not
leadership
stop.
lists.
Could you
Allow
pause
me
it,
to
please, for an
share with you,
announcement?
colleagues.
Technical. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, this session is still ongoing. Let us settle down, please. Let us settle down. We are watching this online, and those behind cannot see what is happening. Everybody, please settle down. Please be seated. You are blocking people behind you. Please, the session is still ongoing. The deputy speaker is seated. The wife of the speaker is seated. The house leader is also seated. Please, let us settle down and engage with what is going on. This keynote address is setting the theme for the panel session that we are about to enter into. Her Excellency, the chairperson of the Spouses Forum, and other first ladies are also still seated. Let us please settle down so that we can engage with what is going on the screen. Thank you very much. Technical, please.
South Africa, Senegal, Namibia, and Tanzania, which have adopted gender quotas in their constitutions or electoral laws. These measures have significantly increased women's representation in parliaments. In Rwanda, for instance, in 2003 constitution mandates that at least 30% of parliamentary seats be reserved for women. As a result, women occupy 64% of parliament, one of the highest percentages worldwide, compared to a global average of approximately 27% as at September 2024. The 1995 Ugandan Constitution includes affirmative action measures for marginalized groups, particularly women, by reserving seats in parliament for them. Each district in Uganda has a reserved seat for a female representative, ensuring women's presence in the legislature. Currently, women hold around 34% of parliamentary seats, which includes both reserved seats and those that are competitively won seats. The South African Constitution, on the other hand, promotes non-discrimination and equality, shaping policies that enhance gender parity in political representation. Key legislation, such as the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, aims to eliminate discrimination across sectors. As of latest data, women hold about 46% of seats in the National Assembly and 50% of ministerial positions, showcasing South Africans' commitment to gender equality in political decision-making. In 2010, Senegal implemented a gender parity law, requiring political parties to alternate male and female candidates on their electoral lists, aiming for a 50% representation ratio. Before this law, women held only 22.7% of National Assembly seats, but this increased to 42.7% after the 2012 elections. By 2023, women comprised 43.3% of parliament, making Senegal one of the top countries globally for women's legislative representation, following Rwanda, which stands at 64%, and South Africa, which stands at 46%. Dear friends, dear colleagues, Namibia's ruling party, SWAPO, adopted the zebra system, alternating male and female candidates on party lists. This has significantly advanced gender parity. As of October 2023, women hold approximately 44% of seats in the National Assembly, making a notable increase from previous years. Again, in July 2023, elections in Sierra Leone, women lawmakers accounted for 30.4% of seats in parliament, a significant increase from just under 14.5% in the previous cycle. This rise is largely due to Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act, which mandates that women hold at least 30% of parliamentary seats. A total of 41 women won elected positions, but only one woman was indirectly elected to the reserved seats for local leaders, resulting in an overall female representation of 28.2% in the total of 149 seats. In Kenya, women's representation in Kenya Parliament has improved significantly due to constitutional reforms aimed at gender equality. Currently, out of 348 members in the National Assembly, 81 are women, which represents 23.3%. The Constitution mandates that 47 women be elected from each county, with an additional 12 members nominated by political parties for special interests, including youth and persons with disability. And now back to my own country, Tanzania. The Constitution ensures that women's representation in Parliament is at least 30%. So currently, we have 118 female members of Parliament, 113 elected as women representatives, and 5 of them appointed by the President. As of latest data, women occupy 148 seats of the National Assembly. This is out of 393 members. This accounts for 37.65% of all the total seats. This commitment to gender quotas and reserved seats highlights Tanzania's efforts to create an inclusive political environment where women's voices are amplified. The experiences of these countries, dear colleagues, dear friends, underscores the vital role of parliaments in implementing constitutional provisions for gender parity in politics. They are responsible for enacting legislation that operationalizes these mandates and aligns with international conventions which I have previously mentioned, such as CEDAW, SADC, and the African Union's Maputo Protocol. This includes passing laws that promote women's participation in politics by addressing electoral processes, campaign financing, and political party regulations. These African countries have implemented specific laws to create an enabling environment for women's involvement, tackling barriers such as discrimination, violence against women in politics, and lack of access to resources. Additionally, parliaments are vital for gender-responsive budgeting, ensuring that budget analysis reflect gender equations or gender equality commitments. Dear colleagues, dear friends, you will agree that despite constitutional provisions, significant challenges obstruct the realization of gender equality in African politics. Cultural norms and societal attitudes often impede women's participation, while male-dominated political structures may resist sharing power. Although quotas have improved numerical representation, they do not always lead to substantial influence or decision-making power for women in political institutions. Additionally, financial constraints and limited resources for women candidates further exacerbates these barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, while significant strides have been made in enhancing women's political representation through constitutional reforms across Africa, ongoing efforts are crucial to tackle the persistent challenges that impede full gender parity in politics. Dear colleagues, dear friends, in conclusion, enhancing women's representation is a continuous process. that demands sustained commitment from governments, civil society, political parties, and international partners. Continuous advocacy for gender parity is crucial to overcoming existing barriers and ensuring that women can participate fully and equally in politics by addressing structural obstacles and promoting women's leadership at all levels of governance. Today's dialogue is a significant step in that right direction. I wish you all the best and thank you so much for listening to me.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, Speaker, Parliament of Tanzania and President of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU. Let's put our hands together once again for presenting us that virtual goodwill message. She's been doing a lot of traveling recently and was recently in Geneva with our own Deputy Speaker. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, CON, Your Excellency, the wife of the Speaker of the House of Reps, Your Excellencies, the Chairperson of the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, Ambassador Professor Abdulrazak, and the First Ladies of Yobe State and Plateau State, here gathered, the leader of the House of Representatives, the representative of the Conference of Speakers of State Houses of Assembly, and indeed all other members of State Houses of Assembly here present, representatives of POA, NAOA, other women groups, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank every one of you for keeping patient with us, for staying with us from the beginning of this program. We assure you that the rest of the lineup is equally very rich and very rewarding. And we thank you on behalf of the organizers for coming for this event and indeed staying with us. At this point, we delve immediately into the first panel session, which will be on perspectives and experiences on improving women's political representation through the Constitution. We're going to hear from experts, from technical people, from people who have studied this very subject as an academic field for a better part of their lives. Therefore, without further ado, all the way from South Africa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome Member of Parliament Duduzile Zuma Sambudla. Let's keep clapping for her. She's a member of the South African National Assembly representing the Umkhonto weSizwe party. She's a daughter of the former president of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, and as recently as July 2024, she was elected to represent South Africa on the Pan-African Parliament. Please, let's put our hands together as she makes her seat. Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Please also join me as we welcome Honorable Mansour Manu Soro, a member of the House of Representatives. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes forth. He's currently representing the people of Darazo, Ganju Federal Constituency in the 10th National Assembly from Bauchi State. Welcome, Honorable Mansour Manu Soro. I didn't hear you clap for him. Thank you so very much. And joining this panel immediately is our own Professor Oluwafunmilayo Josephine Paramalam, MNI. She's the Director of Studies and the first female member of management of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPS. She holds a PhD in Development Studies from the University of Leeds and is also a professor of gender and development. She's a development consultant and women's rights activist, working at the National Institute since 1989, specially concentrating on developing policy for women, and you know that she's supposed to be here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Oluwafunmilayo Josephine Paramalam. If you could please ask her to come inside. I understand she went to get her tea. And next is Zephaniah Aura. Zeph, are you here with us? Let us please have Zephaniah Aura. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes to the stage. Zephaniah is an experienced technical expert with more than 20 years of experience in governance, strategic planning, capacity building, and electoral management. He's currently the electoral management and governance expert at UN Women, United Nations Women Organization here in Nigeria. And this panel will be moderated by our brother, our familiar face on the screen, Mr. Terry Ikumi of Channels Television. Let's make welcome Mr. Terry Ikumi as he receives his panel and goes ahead with the conversation on perspectives and experiences on improving women's political representation through the Constitution. We have Professor Paramalam here now. Please, let's put her hands. She's an accomplished woman. I tell you that she was my teacher at the National Institute, and she's the most delightful teacher to sit in her lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Oluwafumilayo Josephine Paramalam, MNI. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to hand over to the moderator of this panel, Mr. Terry Ikumi, as he takes the reins. Terry.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for a good job hosting this event. So when you hear the resume of these others, and then I'm introduced as a broadcast journalist, I know I have more work to do. And anyone who knows me knows I'll be willing to put in that work. So thank you very much for joining us in this session. I'd like to appreciate the Deputy Speaker himself for sitting through this. I don't think anybody is surprised, but thank you very much. A he for she. Please put your hands together for the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. And I also like to appreciate everyone else who stayed behind for this very important session. Every conversation that's been had here points to one thing, that we do have a problem with women representation in politics and governance in Nigeria, and that we must address it. We won't go over the numbers because the statistics speak for themselves, but the concerns are really, really large. But I think one thing that's commendable is that compared to the previous assembly, we have a leadership, specifically in the House of Representatives, that wants to push for this amendment and bring women into politics and governance. So once again, please put your hands together for the leadership of the National Assembly for this bold move. I'd like us to go into the conversation as quickly as possible because we don't have much time. A lot of time has been spent. And my panelists, I'd like us to take the time to speak individually about what women representation in politics and governance means. We have a very even distribution of male and female here. And when you talk about women representation in politics and governance, a lot of people do not understand what it is. So that's why you have tokenism, as some will put it. So I'll start with, if you permit me, I'll start with the lawmakers here. And I'll give fond respect to our visitor, the MP from South Africa, Mrs. Zuma Sumbadila. I hope I got that correctly. Please proceed. So I want every panelist here to talk about their understanding of women participation in politics, peculiar challenges to Africa, and how we can advance it, but basically just to set the tone to this conversation.
Okay. So thank you so much, and thank you to everyone, and thank you for having me here. I think we still have a very long way to go in terms of finding women in the leadership space, especially when it comes to politics. And I'm sure you've heard all the numbers today, which you say we won't get into, but they're very shocking and not a great representation of the women leadership that's out there. I think the first step would be to, I think, if I'm correct, Nigeria in 1999 removed the quotas from your constitution. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, but that's something that you'd probably have to look into again, because I know that in South Africa, that's what we've done from 1994, from when President Nelson Mandela was president. He started off at 30%. And then when my father came into power, that was in 2009, we moved it up to 50%. So quotas are very important, especially in growing women in leadership positions. So I think we should, or Nigeria should relook into that.
Beautiful. Honorable Manusoro, you were in the 9th House as well, so you understand the issues around the gender bills. So before we go into the details of the gender bill, give us a perspective of the importance of having women actively participate in politics and governance.
Thank you very much. Permit me to digress a little to recognize the presence of my leaders from the House of Representatives, especially the Deputy Speaker, who doubles as the chairman, House Committee on Constitutional Review. Permit me to also recognize the presence of my boss, the immediate first governor of Bauchi, His Excellency Mohammed Abdullahi Abubakar, SAN, who brought me into political prominence. The essentiality of women is a sine qua non to the development of Nigeria. In the context of population, today, the women represent more than half of the population of Nigeria. Indeed, additionally, they were responsible for bringing the male gender into being. So, when talking about political representation, within the context of democracy across the globe, you found out that population is a critical determinant for political representation. The woman has made an unprecedented sacrifices for the Nigerian nation, and for me, I think the time has come for them to take their rightful position in the Committee of Affairs of this country. I was part of the 9th Assembly. I supported the affirmative bills by giving my vote to it, but unfortunately, they couldn't get the required majority. So I can see with the renewed strength that we have now and commitment on the part of our leaders, I think we can have the right team as far as these affirmative bills are concerned. I can see there is a commitment not only at the federal legislature, but even at the state legislature level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zephaniah Ora, you've worked with other countries. Yeah, I know you've worked with Kenya, Liberia, Sudan, and they're doing the same thing with Nigeria now. So I think you would probably do some comparison here and talk to us about why Nigeria as a country needs to improve its women participation in politics and governance.
Yeah, thank you. And probably before I go straight to responding to your question, allow me just to appreciate the goodwill we've received as UN Women from the leadership of the National Assembly, both the Senate and also the House. We signed an MOU with the Office of the Speaker. The Deputy Speaker was there to do the actual signing. Therefore, when we were signing, after signing, he asked us one question, that the aspirations, the energies, everything is being invested into the additional seats or special seats for women. What about the ones we have? Do we retain them? Do you have a strategy on how we are going to safeguard the number we have? And therefore, that took us to a spin, and I believe UN Women is making a good journey to retain the 80 plus elected women at the national and also at state assembly. Again, the question we need to ask ourselves to respond to your question is what happens if you leave out 50% or near 50% of the population away from the decision-making table? This population you are leaving out, you tax them. Do you discriminate when you are taxing people? You tax all Nigerians. When you are making policies, those policies apply to everybody. So, and therefore, in Kenya, where I come from, we have this move which began during the colonial periods that no taxation without a representation. It is my prayer that Nigeria will borrow from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will definitely borrow from that. Professor O.J. Paramalam, you are in the business of preparing these politicians, so to speak, or those who would occupy public office. So talk to us about your experience so far in preparing people for public office or elective office, so to speak.
Thank you very much for the question. Before I go to that, let me crave your indulgence to rest on the very well-established protocol. But I would like to shout out to the governor's wife of Plateau State, where I'm from. particularly because in Plateau State we have a female deputy governor, and our governor is very well known to be a he for she. That said, thank you very much for inviting me here. Preparing leaders across the board, particularly at the level of the National Institute, has revealed a number of things to me, and particularly in my role as a researcher in gender and development. That's actually my area. I will say a number of things. First and foremost, it has become crystal clear that constitutional amendment is critical, it is vital, and it is urgent. I say that because we found that at the level of policy making, Nigeria has a track record for not seeing policy as having the force of law. So even though we've had a national gender policy and a national policy on women before that, we have not gone anywhere close to the 35% affirmative action stipulated in the policy. So in our public policy terrain, we have a disregard for our policies. And so constitutional amendment now becomes critical. However, the Constitution itself is ambivalent and ambiguous when it comes to political participation and representation. By political participation, we are talking about the politics of presence. We are saying women's right and women's capacity to be at the decision-making table, being part of the processes that affect them. I want to say one other thing that I think is very critical, and that is that without having a systemic and structural approach to political participation and representation of women in tandem with constitutional amendment itself is not enough. So while I celebrate this forum and saying, yes, we do need constitutional amendment, we also need to think of addressing harmful traditional practices, cultural barriers, ideological factors embedded in culture and religion, and even the fact that psychologically, historically, women have been prepared to take a second-class citizenship role. And I think Prof, from the chair of the Governor's Wives Forum, said it eloquently when she talked about looking at the systemic factors in tandem with the cultural factors. I have been in training sessions with high-ranking political officers, and they will say things that make me realize that we must have a mindset reset in addition to legal reform. Finally, we must look at electoral system reform. It's not enough to just look at the Constitution, because the electoral system itself promotes a situation where we do not have proportional representation, whether it is ethnically, geopolitically, or gender-wise. So we must look at a systemic approach that is holistic and that addresses both the structural, the systemic, and the legal aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All you've said sort of encompasses the Nigerian problem, and everyone who's spoken about the challenge with women participation in politics has pointed at that. But when we talk about Nigeria as the giant of Africa, some of the concerns raised is that Nigeria is not living up to expectation. You heard that from the UNDP representative here. We have South Africa in the building. South Africa almost has a 50-50% representation, if I recall correctly, and I believe the speaker is a woman as well. So we would like to hear from you. I understand that your political journey is not that far long, if I recall correctly, but you're in the House, and Nigerian system is a little different. You've heard from Professor Paramalam. So we'd like to hear from your experience, and then we could borrow from that and expand into the challenges facing Nigerian women and how we can, learn from South Africa and other African countries who have made progress. Let me also add that she had talked about the fact that constitutional amendment is not enough. So perhaps you would tell us how South Africa was able to get to where it is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Well, in South Africa, my colleague here is not too far off because we've experienced very similar situations in South Africa. The electoral system is one of them. And we actually can't put too much blame on that because it's the parties that need to set the tone. If your party is not putting up women's names, then you're not going to see them represented in Parliament. So the electoral system can assist, but our parties need to be able to make the move. That's what can happen. And when I was doing a bit of reading, I realized that in the Nigerian constitution itself, it's already so discriminative. It speaks about his. And the only time you mention women is twice, and that's got to do with marriage, which is very wrong. So there's still a long way to go for all of us. We're all learning. But the quota system is what assisted South Africa.
Maybe you could expand on that with regard to the quota system, because that's just about tokenism. And just as Professor Paramalam said, it's not entirely policy that every administration must follow. So we could talk about that from two fronts, appointive positions and elective positions.
Yeah. Well, tokenism, yes, it's there, but it has to be there so that we are able to fill that gap. And when we look at it goes back to the parties. It's the parties that have to send the women into the parliament and into all these leadership positions. But South Africa, as much as we are ranked high, we have backslid quite a bit. We were sitting at 50% women representation in 2009. Now, just after our own general election, I think we've gone down to about 43, if I'm not mistaken. So it is a learning curve. It's always going to be a battle for women, and it should not be a battleground. And it's not saying that you must use women as tokens. We are very capable. It's just about using us.
Thank you very much. I'd like to come to Honorable Manusoro and get you to talk about some of the cultural barriers that Professor Paramalam talked about. One thing that's clear is that Nigeria is not lacking when it comes to advocacy for women inclusion in politics and governance. But the problem over the years is that the greater the advocacy, the greater the drop in the number of women representation in politics. Look at what happened in the 2023 general elections. It attests to the fact that the numbers dropped. So, Honorable Manusoro, is there a root problem that should be addressed? Cultural, religious, tribal problems that should be addressed?
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. I must say that I owe my presence and representation in the House of Representatives since 2099 to the women of my constituency. I owe my allegiance to the women of my constituency. But I must say this, that yes, the advocacy that the international partners and the local NGOs are doing is in the right direction with regards to the temporary solutions. But let me say that these solutions are cosmetic in nature. We need to look at the broader aspect of this problem. Women today has the numerical strength of voters. They constitute a higher numerical strength of voters in Nigeria. They determine who wins what in an election. So we need to have a paradigm shift in terms of desensitization, awareness campaign, and enlightenment. We need to enlighten women for them to do the needful. There has never been a time that women are going severe hardship than the period that we are today. So they are in a right position to solve their problems themselves. They need to start looking at the bigger picture of electing one of them. This, I think, will be the permanent solution or enduring one for us to have a way out of this quicksand.
All right, thank you very much. Let me go to Mr. Zephaniah Oro now. I always want us to leverage on your wealth of experience working with different African countries, because these problems sort of are peculiar to not just Nigeria, but other African countries. So you could talk to us about the challenges you experienced or observed with these other countries and how they were able to surmount them, especially if it relates to Nigeria directly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again. And allow me now to share on the Kenyan template. I'll not move to other African countries. Allow me to share the Kenyan template, which Nigeria may want to consider what they can pick from the Kenyan template or what they could leave out of that particular template. About a month ago, UN Women and NILS, part of the National Assembly, sponsored a delegation to go and learn and interact with Kenyan leaders on how they are surmounting challenges that are being faced by women in terms of leadership and political representation. We had the privilege to visit the National Assembly. Kenya is structured, the Senate is a different house, and then you have National Assembly, a different house, but both are called Parliament. So we had the privilege to attend the session of the National Assembly sitting, and what stood out, and when I engaged the Nigerian delegation, they asked, how come we have so many Muslim women members of parliament in this house? Stood out. And there is nothing so unique about Nigeria when you want to compare Kenya and Nigeria. You have about 30% Muslims. You have about 65% Christians. Then you have traditionalists, the cultural. Those in Kenya, they don't believe women should occupy a political leadership. You have that constituency also in Kenya. Now, Kenyan, after having walked this journey, being in trenches for over 20 years, they had a constitutional moment, the same way Nigeria is now planning to have a constitutional moment. And they said, we must put this thing in the constitution. And therefore, the first thing they did, they were very clear. Not more than 2/3 of a single gender should occupy an elective or appointive position. And they ring-fenced it. They did not make it a constitutional provision, but they made it a principle in the constitution. There are about 4 principles. Kenya as a state is a principle, fundamental freedom and human rights are a principle, and the constitutional gender quota is a principle. And that means if you want to amend this principle, you must go back to the people for a referendum. And therefore, it was ring-fenced. In the same constitution now, they said because of this period of underrepresentation of women, persons with disabilities, and youth, we now want to have special seats for women, a discussion which Nigeria is having. And therefore, they said at the National Assembly, we will have to create 47 slots, that is, each county, which for Nigeria is a state, a county will serve as an electoral unit for a woman, women-only seats. So we have seats for 47 women at the National Assembly. At the Senate, which are 47, we have 47 senators. They said, we will not give you that blank check. What we'll do, 16 women must be nominated to the Senate based on the strength of parties after an election. And they moved to take care of persons with disability and the youth. They said at the Senate, we'll have 2 senators with disability nominated according to strength of political parties in the Senate, one of whom must be a woman, and the other one must be a female, and the other one must be a male. That is the language in the Constitution. The third one, they said 2 of the senators must also be from a youth constituency, one being a female, the other one being a male. They moved back again to the National Assembly. In addition to the 47 women-only seats, whose constituency at the Senate, they said we will have 12 seats reserved for special interest groups. That is the trade unions and other special interest groups. So in this, again, they've said, the Constitution is very clear, 50% of this 12 must be women. So women in the trade union movement, women in other sectors, when political parties are nominating, then you must make sure this is there. And the discussion in Nigeria, you are talking of a sunset clause. What Kenya did, apart from ring-fencing it, Kenyan, let me just reference the actual language. The compulsive clause, Article 100 of the Constitution, directs Parliament to enact legislation to promote representation in parliament of marginalized groups, and which women are also included. If you look at Article 7, which is on representation, which is the general principle of the electoral system, Kenya, key among them is the freedom of citizens to exercise political rights that not more than 2/3 of members of elective or appointive bodies shall be of the same gender. And the wisdom in the drafters of the 2010 Constitution is that, well, it is in the Constitution, but it can be achieved progressively. So let us start from here, but progressively we want to see 50-50, which is an aspiration for all African countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ora. I think I'll just let Professor Paramalam take it up from there, because this is that constitutional amendment concern you raised, saying it's not enough. But I also recall that in the last assembly, there was that affirmative action for leadership of political parties, and some believed that at the time that it would address how women participate in elections. So maybe you want to speak to that, and also how it relates with the constitutional amendment process of the House. Because you find that for some, the concern around this issue is that it's okay for a woman to emerge as a runner. It's okay, because political parties cut down cost of forms and all that, but what else after that? Prof, please.
Thank you very much for raising the issue of the political parties. It's very important. Around 2011, 2012, the National Institute introduced a course, a training program, precisely for leaders of political parties. And one of the modules on that program was inclusive democracy. Inclusive democracy around ethnicity, minorities, and gender in particular. And the feedback we got from many of the participants, most of whom obviously were men, was that, look, this thing won't work because, women lack capacity, women themselves are their own worst enemies, they don't want to be in, to do it, or they can't do it, they don't support each other, or they kind of also felt that, well, you see, the political parties, this is a democracy and we can't afford to give any special measures to any constituency. Now, here's the issue, and that is why I want to refer back to the matter of culture and religion, ideology in general. What they overlooked was that women have inherent historic barriers that have embedded in them a psychology of either I cannot do it or I can't do it well enough. And so there's that kind of inferiority complex often that you require some sort of capacity building and reversal. And that's why I agree with the lady from South Africa in that we do need constitutional amendment, we do need special measures, and I would say that those, for example, in the Nigerian constitution, we need to bring in specifically a measure that addresses the federal character principle. The federal character principle as it stands is talking about geographic, geopolitical, and ethnic representation. But the gender character of Nigeria is totally ignored, such that women do not have a mention within the federal character system. The federal character in section 15 clearly says there shall not be a predominance of persons in any elective or appointive post. But as we stand, we have a predominance of men in all elective and all appointive posts. So the federal character principle does not address the gender character of Nigeria. Second to that, we also understand that the constitution as it stands is supposed to be with the people. But from the he language to the specific provisions that are gender discriminatory, it is we the men. It's a men's constitution and not a women's constitution. And we need to do something to address those specific provisions, section 42, section 31, section 26, that are explicitly gender discriminatory. They need to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Manusoro, this bill lies with the National Assembly. You're a member of the National Assembly. And one of the arguments advanced by your colleagues, this is also something that was familiar in the last assembly, is the conflict with the Constitution, which provides that no discriminatory law should be enacted in the country. Your colleagues argue that this law could run in conflict. The special seats bill could run in conflict with that law. What do you say?
During my earlier statement, I made mention that the Nigerian woman has made a tremendous sacrifice for the Nigerian nation. I believe the various sections that says in the Constitution there shouldn't be a discrimination. I think they are there to be amended. There is no provision in the Constitution that cannot be amended. And this amendment lies with the federal and the state legislatures, as well as the president of the country. I believe with an adequate mobilization, sensitization, of the stakeholders that are concerned, I think this is achievable. There is nothing that is too much to be done for the Nigerian woman. I believe the Constitution, for a Constitution to be amended, all the stakeholders has to be on the same page. It is a multi-stakeholder engagement, and I want to say that it is doable. These very provisions can be amended. With regards to what happened during the 9th Assembly, where the bills were not passed, they couldn't get the majority of votes. I want to say that we didn't start the engagement ahead of time, like this very experience. This time around, the engagement has been started early, and I want to say that lobbying is part and parcel of the parliament. It's one of the things that we do in the parliament. And people like me and other members that we share the same mindset will go around to make sure that this bill got the required number this time around. I want to say that the major hurdle that these very affirmative bills have is at the center, at the federal legislature here. I'm saying this based on experience. Once it is passed by both the two houses of the National Assembly, once it gets to the ratification stages at the various state assemblies, I believe our first ladies at the various states of the nation can do the needful. They can get the job done for us.
Thank you very much. MP Zuma Sambudla, I just want to ask you this very important question with regard to the level of support or what sort of reforms that your political party introduced that brought you to where you are, and perhaps we could replicate that. Because you heard Professor Parabala, she's already smiling. It's not up here. The problem is from down here. So what sort of support did you get from your political party to get you to where you are now?
Myself as an individual?
As a woman.
As a woman?
Yes.
Firstly, I must say that, as you know, we're a new party, about 10 months old now, going to Besizwe. And it was not easy. It's still not easy. I mean, sometimes I see myself or find myself sitting in meetings and I'm the only woman there. So yeah, it's a very disturbing, So as a party, we haven't started off on the right foot, to be very, very honest. But we are trying to remedy it. So we do have a lot more women that have now come into to our party, and we're trying to send to Parliament. So I think quota helped me to get to Parliament.
Quota?
Yes.
Oh,
they had to send a woman, so yeah, I got there.
All right, great. Professor Parabala, let me just take you up on this, because you being in the business of preparing politicians and public office holders, I'd like to know from you, because perhaps the challenge in Nigeria could be how early political education can be introduced to the girl child so that she doesn't wait till a certain age before she gets involved in politics. By that time, learning, as they say, you can't learn left hand in old age. So talk to us about your experience with preparing women for this political gun politics generally.
Thank you very much for that question as well. So recently, the National Institute, we set up the Gender and Public Policy Center. And this center is precisely to address this gap in preparing women leaders, but not just women leaders, also male gender champions, to be people that in the public space, particularly in the education sector, will begin to change the curricula so that boys and girls are prepared to have, like I said, a mindset reset, to be able to see women in leadership positions, that it is not countercultural for women to lead, for women to be at the table. And one of our targets, our aims, is not to just look at the formal education sector, but also to go outside, down to the grassroots, to prepare women in informal areas. Because very often we think that this is an elitist issue that only concerns educated women or high-level women, but it actually has to encompass the entire country. And so we are looking at spaces where people can get educated and enlightened, and where we can raise the consciousness of the citizenry generally writ large. Could be in the marketplace, could be in hospitals, it could be in going to motor parks to carry out enlightenment and educational activities. So yes, the education system needs to be reformed and revived. Somebody told me a story a while back about a little girl who was challenged in her classroom for saying that, for challenging her teacher, who said that, well, men are the breadwinners and women are the nurturers. And she said, no, my mom is a breadwinner. And she was reprimanded by her teacher. And that is because of that, age-long understanding or stereotype about gender roles. So one of the things that we must do in the education system is to address gender role stereotypes and help people to understand that Nigeria is an eagle flying on one wing. And until the capacity of girls and women at all levels is strengthened educationally, in the health sector and across all sectors, then we will continue to have an underdeveloped and poverty-stricken country.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Ora, when we talk about advancing this, the bills before the National Assembly, specifically the special seats bill, I'd like you to advise on how we can go about making this a success from your experience working with other countries. There's a bill before the National Assembly to provide 74 seats, especially for women. How do we go about it to make it a success?
Yeah, allow me again to add some little layer on the question you presented to my brother about Article 42 of the Nigerian Constitution. And in the Kenyan Constitution, it is in Article 4, which I think, it is in Chapter 4, which I believe is the most celebrated chapter of the 2010 Constitution. It outlaws discrimination based on many things, and key among them is based on sex. But again, if you look at the constitutional gender quota, it is again provided for in the same constitution, and there are no issues. Now, the purpose of a law is to regulate the society. And when you talk of violation or discrimination, you look at society in totality. I'm now responding to your question. Now, if voters are discriminating, if Nigerians are discriminating against this almost 50% of the population, it is the role of the law to regulate that ill which is being practiced by the electorate. I know they have the freedom to vote or elect any candidate who presents himself or herself, but if that vote is discriminatory, and therefore I'm persuaded to believe the law should come in to regulate that. And the affirmative action is something which is temporary. In Kenya, for example, those who went through the affirmative, came in through the affirmative action seats. Today we have 7 governors who came in through nomination or through these special seats. Now, give me just 1 minute to respond to your question on how Nigeria should approach this. I think I need to see more of men's faces in this space than women's faces, because it is not women's agenda, it is a Nigerian agenda. I want to see the faces of cultural and traditional rulers in this space. I want to see the faces and the voices of young Nigerians, because they are investing in their future, which again is present. I would want to see the faces of Nigerian youth and religious leaders in this space. This is a space which should not only be left to Nigerian women or women movement, but all Nigerians must be part of this campaign. Thank you.
Well, that's beautiful. I'm told we should take questions and comments from the audience, but just before we do that, Professor, I want to ask you this very important question. How much success will we have with this constitutional amendment with regard to the special seats bill without addressing the issue of citizenship and indigenship of women?
Wow. So we have Section 26 that allows a man to confer citizenship on a foreign spouse, but does not allow a woman to do so. So that's one of the discriminatory provisions. In addition, you have a situation whereby women face a double jeopardy. In her own ethnic group, she's regarded as a stranger if she marries outside that ethnic group. She marries into another ethnic group and she's seen as an outsider. Double jeopardy. So very often she's excluded from political office or political electoral office in that her original ethnicity of origin, and also that of her husband. And so the Constitution needs to be amended to ensure that women, if they're married for at least 5 years, should be able, and one of the 5 bills was about that, should be able to say that I can claim my husband's ethnic group and do so in very real terms. But please, in addition to that, it's not just enough to have the law at the national level. It has to go all the way down, to the state houses of assembly to enact commensurate laws, because that is where the rubber meets the road. That is where you have the deepest level of injustice against women. And please, just to answer the earlier question about reverse discrimination. We've had affirmative action laws in Nigeria for nomadic populations, in which we said, because of historic injustice and oppression, we will bring in laws of affirmative action. Affirmative action is not reverse discrimination. Affirmative action is saying that we recognize that there has been a history of oppression, a history of injustice, a history of wrongdoing that now needs to be rectified in order for us to have democratic equity and inclusivity. That really is the issue that Nigerian women are speaking of. We're not asking for handouts. We're asking for what is our divine given right. Thank you.
Very good point. Okay, so let's turn to the audience now. I believe there's a microphone roaming. So if you have a question or comment, please indicate, and then they'll get the mic to you. And you could possibly direct your questions to the panelists here. Please hand the mic to her. Please introduce yourself and go straight to the point, please. I think the microphone needs to be turned on. Is there another microphone in the audience? All right, whoever has a microphone, please.
Thank you. The Deputy Speaker, all protocols duly observed. I'm right, Honorable Mrs. Maria Omozele Oligbiedeko, the Deputy Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly. I'm glad to be here. And I want to congratulate the House of Representatives, the Constitutional Amendment Committee, led by the Deputy Speaker, and my father is here, Professor Yonveri, and all other distinguished members. Again, the House of Rep, I am so proud of what you are doing, because to have a reformation, a change, it takes people who have passion for what they do. I can see the wife of the speaker here, and it shows people who are interested in what they are doing. And wives of the Governor's Wives Forum, I salute the chair. They've done a lot. Most of us, women that were able to skate through to be in the Houses of Assembly today and the National Assembly, it was because of the heavy weight of the wives of the governors. So I thank you again. Today, I would want, as we continue on this journey, the Houses of Assembly, the Senate, the Rep, there need to be lots of education, sensitization. I can tell you, you heard that the language of the Constitution is a male-dominated language. Few weeks ago, in Parliament, they brought bill to the House of Assembly, and it was a male language. I dared to advise to my own submission that they should use a gender-neutral language. In short, everybody there, they voted against that very simple idea. So I want the cultural barrier to let us know where we are. This is not going to be a tea party. We are going to go out to sensitize those people. I challenged my brother when he said he's where he is. Women voted for him. That is all we are good for, to vote for you people. And all the people we vote for when they get there, because the women, we are not there, what do you do for us? So it is time for you guys to do something for us.
Okay.
So the sensitization and the Governors' Wives Forum, they have a lot to do. So we have to continue to appeal to them.
All right.
Then I disagree with the fact that a woman, after 5 years of marriage, that she should take on the husband's state of origin. No. Because it's part of my human right. I am a princess from my kingdom. Why will I be denied that right to participate in politics from where I am born? Today, the Constitution allows a woman to contest in an election both where you are born and where you are married. In actual fact, where you have lived for sufficient number of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly. Is there someone else? Is there someone behind you, please? Yes. I think the men should... Mr. Ora says he'd like to see faces of men more, so let's have some men speak as well, but please, proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Margaret Fagboyo, and I represent an organization called African Center for Leadership Strategy and Development. I'm the Director of Development. And my first question will go to the Deputy Speaker. I don't envy you at all, because this tax or journey that you have is not an easy tax. And I don't know you before, but I used to see you on TV. I admire you, and I said, this man must be properly raised. Properly raised in the sense that he's championing this cause. I was also disappointed or not so pleased when the representative of the women leader came on the stage and did not mention the role of political parties in ensuring that, being intentional and deliberate about reserving certain seats for women. For me, I also feel that we should encourage independent candidacy in Nigeria. If we have independent candidacy, then it will reduce this bottleneck of having godfathers, of having someone who doesn't like your face to be in politics. You will be able to vie for position without actually having someone pulling you back in your states. I also like the fact that Madam mentioned about capacity building. Sometimes we hold meetings and highly placed women that you expect them to know some things. And when they hold the mic, you will just wonder that how did this person get to this position? So fine, we want to be there. We want to be seen. we want to participate, what are we also doing to build our own capacity to be able to occupy that position that we're supposed to occupy? So more importantly, I just want to say that it is important for us to have independent candidates devoid of political party, that no one will be able to bring you down. And the fact that if this bill pulled through, Deputy Speaker, your name will not only be known in Nigeria, it will be known worldwide. And I will lead all the women to your house and to your hometown. And lastly, the role of First Ladies. The First Lady of Kwara State, you don't know me, I know you very well. I know the role that you play to have the numbers of women that you have in Kwara State. Well done, ma. There are a lot of people that are looking at you as role model. Keep it up. You're doing a fantastic job. But I also want to say that what are other First Ladies doing? Some they don't know what is happening in the political space. So as First Lady, please use that platform. When there is time for people to go to House of Assembly, House of Rep, when we are sending House of Rep members, 6 to National Assembly, if you give women 2, it's not bad. Senators, 3 from senatorial districts, give women 1. Then we'll stop having these 416 in the House of Representatives. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fabi. I hope I got that correctly. I think there was also one person just behind her who wanted to say something. Okay. Any other person in the audience? Okay, I see 2 people. One here and one at the back, please. Oh, quite a number of people want to speak. Just next to you. Hello? Okay.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House, may I humbly rest on the already established protocols. My name is Zainab Aminu Garba. I am representing the NBA President. And as a woman, I must say that I'm very interested in this discourse. And with personal experiences, I wish to make my token of contribution. I go completely with 2 speakers there. The speaker from Kenya, he said some things that agitated my mind, and those things are the issues of specific pronouncements in the Constitution. Now, we can never say that constitutional amendment is enough or is too much. In this regard, we must be specific and intentional. If we say, for example, in the Constitution, that every party, every political party must give at least 20% of positions to women, that will come as a force of law, and they must do so. We know that under the Electoral Act, there are specific constitutions. People have different views about not going into what is contained in the political party's constitution. But in Nigeria, we must do that. And he made mention of places where in their constitution, I don't know whether I heard you right, sir, when he said that some positions, maybe to the Senate, you allow 2 positions for women here, 2% or 3 or 10 or whatever. That must have to happen in our constitution for women to be able to come out to say we want to we want to contest elections in positions, several positions, because we are not in contest with men, and we need men for them to support us. We need all the support we need from them, whether financial, whether for them to hold our hands up there. But it's difficult for us. Even this bill, the majority of people that will be voting for this bill are going to be men. Now, if they are not in agreement with us, it means that we can never get it passed.
Right.
So please, we need this constitutional amendment to remove some provisions of the Constitution that we feel that are discriminatory, and then to add some provisions and to be intentional about them so that women can have representation.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm told we can accommodate just one more contribution or question. So is there a man who wants to make a contribution? So many women want to talk. Yeah, there's a man here. Let's give a man a chance. That's the only contribution we can take. I apologize. I think we'll take one from the white seats, just as a show of respect. So give the man the microphone. After him, we'll take her from the white seat, and then we can say, we could come to my panelists to close up. Please, as quickly as possible.
I am by name Honorable Ajang Alfred Ilya, member representing Jos South, Jos East Federal Constituency of Plateau State. I want to contribute on the issue of women participating in politics. I must commend women for their performance at home, at various offices. If you keep a woman there, you must see changes positively. We must commend you for that. But you cannot be a Catholic than the Pope. Why? Because politics is a game that you must develop interest in that game first. Did you women develop interest? If yes, then we're saying come out 2027, we'll give you some slot.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Another one
quickly, please.
is that the perception, let's look at the perception from the society. What is the society saying on any woman that is aspiring for position? What is your marital status saying? Yes, what is the religion again?
I think.
Excuse me.
I think your point's well made, and I think the most important thing. Just 1 second. I think the most important thing that anybody's taking from here today is that you clearly. Just a second, please. We're out of time, but I think one thing anybody takes from you today is that you clearly support women participation in politics. So thank you very much.
Let me conclude.
Thank you very much.
Let me conclude.
No, we're out of time if you don't mind. But thank you so much for your support for women. We'll give an opportunity to the First Lady of Yobe State to wrap up this conversation from the audience. Please get a microphone to the First Lady of Yobe State. Excuse me, could you take it to the First Lady of Yobe State, please, so that we can wrap up? Thank you very much. That's the First Lady of Yobe State seated there. Thank you. So can we all please just quiet down so that we can listen to the First Lady of Yobe State? Please, can we be quiet, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we be quiet and listen to the First Lady of Yobe State, please? Your Excellency, please proceed.
We can see what is going to happen in the House when you have all of us here.
Can we take a microphone that's working to her, please?
Can you hear me well? Okay. First of all, I want to thank the gentleman here. You're the hero here. And please, can we be quiet? Thank you so much. There's a lady that spoke that I wanted to respond to who asked, what are the other first ladies are doing? So that's why I just want to say something. I don't know whether I can say it or not, but do you know that some first ladies are not even recognized in their states as first ladies? Do you know that? So you know, she doesn't know. So I'm trying to tell her that as first ladies, some states don't recognize the office of the first lady. So it's up to the wife of the governor to do what she can to contribute to her society. So I think the House should look at this as well. That's all I can say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now, to wrap this conversation up, I'll give 30 seconds to each of my panelists that we can say, we can't take everybody. Please bear with us. There is another session after this, and I think you get the opportunity to make your contribution. So, Professor Paramalam, please. 30 seconds each.
Thank you very much. And I think I just want to address a few issues that have been raised. First and foremost, no man is ever asked about his marital status. No man is ever asked about whether he's a good father or mother. No man is ever asked whether or not, what his culture or society is saying about him. That is part of the double standard that we are trying to address, and what we are trying to say that we need constitutional amendment. Please, one more thing. I want to correct an impression. When I said 5 years for a woman to be able to claim her husband's, it's not that she should have only one citizenship or one indigenous identity. She still retains her own, but she has full rights to her husband's place because of the patrilineal and patriarchal nature of society. So she must be accepted in all situations. And I fully endorse what has been said about citizenship rights and the need for independent candidacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zephaniah Ora, please.
Thank you. Can we?
Just 30 seconds, please.
Okay, thank you. I think from the observation, I think a little bit of pillar talks are required. A little bit of pillar talks are required, and we have the First Lady of the House, and then we have the First Lady of Kwara. You may want to borrow from them the kind of pillar talks you need, including to my brother. But now my parting shots. I would have wished if our Deputy Speaker was around, but my brothers and sisters from Nigeria. Nigeria is pregnant. Africa is waiting anxiously. Our leaders in both houses of parliament and at the state level, you are the one to deliver this baby. And why I wanted my brother, the speaker, deputy speaker, to be around, what is sensitive about elected members of parliament is the phone calls they receive from their constituents. And therefore, it is my prayer that this conversation will move from Abuja, it will move from Abuja to state level. Okay. And UN Women is committed, ready, and willing to work with the leadership of the National Assembly to take them and engage with the electorate directly so that they don't intimidate the electorate. That how are you voting? Who told you to vote that direction?
Thank you so much. MP Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, please.
Hello? Okay. Firstly, thank you so much for having me. I want to also leave a few words. One being quotas and affirmative action will increase representation in leadership as well as in parliament. I want to congratulate Nigeria as well and the president for appointing Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm not sure her name. I think it's Bianca. I'm not sure of the name. That's a great step in moving forward. And with the Constitutional Review Committee, I realized and read that there's about 62 members in the committee and only 6 are women. That's concerning. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. And finally, Honorable Manu Soro. He's a member of the Constitutional Review Committee as well.
Thank you, Mr. Terry, my brother. I want to say that my commitment is hereby given to reciprocate the gesture, the kind gesture done to me by the women of my constituency in a way of supporting these affirmative bills that will soon come off at the floor of the House of Representatives. My vote is being given. Secondly, by the end of 2027, I will be rounding off my second term at the House of Representatives. I want to further reciprocate the gesture done to me by the women of my constituency for a woman to succeed me in the House of Representatives. I'm committed to sensitizing them because we have done a lot In addition to the constitutional duty that I have for the making of laws and ensuring oversight over the executive, I have been able to did a lot in the areas of maternal and child mortality. We have intervened significantly by constructing facilities, by giving grants to these health facilities, by providing ambulances to ensure that the lives of women and children are safeguarded. So I want to see your man, coming to succeed me to ensure the sustainability of these interventions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. For those who don't understand, what he said is goes slightly away from the fears that members of parliament, male politicians, have raised. So it's really commendable to hear you say that, Honorable Manu. So I'd like to thank you very much, every member of my panel, and do enjoy the rest of the event for the day. There are, I think, about 2 other technical sessions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you so much. We'd like to appreciate every single member of the panel as well as the moderator. And that was the session on perspectives and experiences on improving women's political representation through the Constitution. Please, is there still a representative from the European Union here? Please kindly join the panelists on stage for the photo session very quickly, please. Representative from the EU here present, please join on stage for the photo session. Thank you very much, thank you. And now we're going to get straight into the next session. But please, can all the women in the house put your hands together for yourselves? That's not a good way to celebrate yourself. Women, celebrate yourself better. Thank you very much. I see that lots of the women in the house are not just here to listen to the conversations, but they are also here to be a part of, translating conversations and generating actions from this conversation. And I'm so excited to know that we have this kind of women in the house today. And now moving very quickly into the second session that will be happening, and that's the session on overcoming societal barriers to women's political inclusion. I'd like to first welcome the host or the moderator of this session, Dr. Uju Agomo, the founder and executive director of PRAWA. As she comes forward, I'd like to start recognizing. Please, can we give her a round of applause? The founder and executive director of PRAWA, Dr. Uju Agomo, will be moderating this session. And at this point, I'd like to invite the members of this panel to come forward. First, I'd like to start with the chairman, House Committee on Women Affairs, Honorable Kafilat Ogbara. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Honorable Kafilat Ogbara, Chair, House Committee on Women Affairs. I'd also like to welcome also to join the panel session, Member House of Representatives, Honorable Zainab Gimba. If she's in the house, to kindly also join Honorable Zainab Gimba. And also I'd like to also welcome another member of the panel, Honorable Miriam Onoha, a member of the House of Representatives as well. And also to quickly welcome Right Honorable Comfort Muchiola Egwaba, Deputy Speaker, Kogi State House of Assembly, to also join the panel session. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Keep clapping for these people as they come forward. And finally, I'd like to recognize the last but not least member of this panel session, or the panelists here. I'd like to welcome Honorable Nkechi Ogbuefi from Anaocha 1 State Constituency, Anambra State. Please, can we welcome her as well to join them? Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause for all these panelists as we get ready to join the second session, the session on overcoming societal barriers to women's political inclusion. Thank you.
Wow, we have really had a very, very engaging session, both from the opening and just the first technical session. What do you think? It has been quite engaging. And I promise you, this is what you are going to see all through. So let's make this a key start. Let's observe and see how we navigate all of these sessions. Some of the things we've been discussing have been quite illuminating. So I would start by indeed commending the host. This is good. Not just good. It is very, very good. Distinguished attendees, please, before we commence, can you just help me appreciate the host of the day? Just appreciate him. Someone was speaking and mentioned that if this passes through, that she herself will ensure that she brings some women to come and thank you. But jokes apart, she talks about the fact that your name will go beyond here. And same also for everyone who is engaging this process. So as we continue the discussion, one of the things I want to put out there, because I will still make some few comments before we close this session, is to say not just about talking about what others are saying or what is being discussed generally, but I want you to position yourself as part of that one that will make the difference, that one that will make the change. So just keep thinking about that. I'll come back to this issue. The session now is about overcoming societal barriers to women's political inclusion. The first person who will kickstart us is just as it's listed on the program, and that is Honorable Kafilat Obara. That's the chair, House Committee on Women Affairs. For the question I would like to ask you, ma'am, what do you think is the main challenge that is actually becoming a big issue for women? I mean, there could be a lot, but if we're asked to say, list the first, maybe 1 to 3 that you think is core, that we must deal with headlong, what would those things be?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that when we are speaking about issue of inclusion, it is a fundamental human right. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of stakeholders do not identify with this saying yet, and this is why we are sitting here today. And globally, nationally, regionally, even situationally, already, if you're talking about political inclusion of women, generally, you find out that it is identified that it boils down to national development, strengthening of our democracy, protecting our democracies as well. So for women generally, the problem that we have issues of cultural norms, deep-rooted ones. Like the last speaker, no, he wasn't the last speaker, my honorable colleague that spoke last, out of the members of the House that spoke here. You heard what he said, and these are some of the deep-rooted cultural norms that we have. They are invisible issues, but they are very visible. They are unspoken social rules, where we have states in this country as we speak today, where a woman dare not go pick a political form that she wants to contest. Those states still exist in this country. And if you dare try it, if you go and pick that form in the morning, by evening, what would have happened to you? You will be shocked. So we have done retreats, we have done seminars, and we have been able to identify some of these states, even from our members that have been able to contribute to these issues. So these are some of the barriers that we have. Another aspect is the financial aspect. A lot of women are not financially capable. Politics is very expensive. I can tell you that. I've been contesting elections for over 25 years. I've lost and I have won, and I know what it means. So somebody also mentioned about having, independent candidacy. Independent candidacy will go a long way to also help the issue of women inclusion. And as the House, luckily for us, as we sit today, we have a leadership in the National Assembly that is very, very proactive, that is gender sensitive, that is being intentional and deliberate
to support Nigerian women. This is the first time you will see the leadership of the House since we have been seeing what happens in the National Assembly, sponsoring the bill themselves and facing it headlong. So they are very determined, and there's no better time than now for us to ensure that this bill scales through. We have different other options. The option of the special seats is very vital. If we are able to achieve that, we should also ensure that we abolish single gender list. We should amend our Electoral Act and our Constitution to ensure that single gender list is abolished. Wow. We need our political parties to be reformed. Yes. Once we have our political parties reformed, and they know that these are the laws, they are able to enshrine all this into their own constitutions as well, and then they know that a political party cannot submit 20 names for a particular state and they are all men.
Wow. I told you that this panel is very, very loaded. You can see the dimensions of her discussion and what this is bringing to bear, that this is really multifaceted. Can't you see? She also affirmed the comment that somebody made earlier when they said the deputy speaker that you were trained well, or you were born well, you were raised well, whatever that was said. But you see, part of what we are going to begin to look at is also to ask yourself, clearly ask yourself, what is it really that you do, both consciously or unconsciously, that can promote this agenda? There are certain things that I call unconscious biases. You do it, you feel it, you act it, but you deny it. Meanwhile, while you chew on that, I would like you to join me to welcome the leader of the Kaduna State House of Assembly, Honorable Monirat Suleiman. Please welcome her as she joins the panel. Please, ma'am, please come. Please, can you please appreciate her more? Do appreciate her more. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I want to call the next panelist to say something. And I'm calling Honorable Zainab Gimba, who is a member of the House of Representatives. Ma'am, one thing I would like you to tell us is, what exactly can the political parties do? It was said a little bit by the first panelist, and that is Honorable Kafilat Ogbara, where she was listing those things that she believed are very, very important. One of the things she talked about was about the political parties. So can you tell us, what can the political parties do to change the narrative we're hearing, ma'am?
Thank you so much. My leaders, the Deputy Speaker, other excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think before I go down to the political parties, I have to mention that gender inclusion is part of good governance. And without good governance, the political parties cannot even perform. So if there is no government that can perform well without gender inclusion, so because if you go into any section of the government, anyone, health, agriculture, human rights, if there is no gender inclusion, that means there is no good governance. Reason is that government promised to give equal rights to all citizens. And when you say that, you have to know that these citizens include the men, the women, the children, the old, the young, and even the animals. And without that, democracy can never succeed. So first we have to look at that. Government has to look at the way of combating electoral frauds. Government has to look at how, especially the non-independency of the judiciary is one of the issues we have in Nigeria's democracy. And also, government needs to look at political parties as platforms for all to contest. And I'm just trying to say that, for instance, if you look at it, there are too many pressures on political parties, especially on the opposition. So even political parties, maybe the opposition might now, sometimes if you go anywhere, you will see that the opposition do usually have more gender-friendly platforms than ruling political parties. Yes, I am from the ruling political parties, but I'm saying this because mostly the ruling political parties are more populous than other political parties. So it might be as a result of that or any other reason, but this is it. I was in Ghana to go and converse for vote for women under the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. And then I spoke to both the NPP and the NDC, and from their experiences, you can see that the oppositions do have about 40 candidates for women as opposed to about 13 in the ruling parties. So if you, and political parties are usually, especially in Nigeria, are not really sincere. Because sometimes if you want to empower women and then you said, okay, we are going to give you free forms, we are going to give you 50% of what you are going to pay for this and that, and all these juicy, elaborated conditions, at the end of the day, they will end up ganging against you to ensure that a male candidate comes in. Excuse me. And another thing is that without the political parties considering the issue of gender from the beginning and onset of the formation of the political party leadership itself, it cannot work. Don't forget that in political parties, we will only have the woman leader on the table.
Okay.
Only the woman leader.
Okay.
And how do you expect only one person of 27 to defend a particular gender?
So thank you very much. There are three things you have brought to bear that I don't want us to lose sight of. The first is that you say that the political parties are not usually that sincere. So we have to think of the way to force them to comply. Not about whether they want to be sincere or not, when they have no other choice but to comply. So therefore, there must be a mechanism that ensures compliance. Number one. Number two, you talked about this fact that it's almost like a tokenistic process. Women leader. So how do we make sure that the women are not only occupying the woman leader's position? You know, on a personal note, you know, I ventured in 2019 to contest, actually, as a matter of fact, House of Representatives. And you know what they were asking me? How dare you come out? Did he tell you to come out? They were angry. Some. They were, you know, it came in different, perspective. So the question is that how do we then ensure that there are mechanisms fully entrenched within the structures of the political parties to ensure compliance in a form that actually enables us to do what we are doing? And I like what you said about the financial thing. So you see, these things are multi-dimensional, but I am so excited that inside this room, we have the movers and the shakers, and the people who can multiply the dissemination of this information to ensure that we will stop talking and see the action happening. And it is with that comment, and thanking you very much for your comment, Honorable Zainab Gimba, that I move straight to Honorable Miriam Onoha, who is a member also of the House of Representatives. Ma'am, what I would like to know is, you know, I recall, for example, myself, going through all of the words. And sometimes you're coming back very late. Security, can you talk to me about security? What is it that should be done to encourage women to know that it is possible that get their voice heard? Perhaps, if there are some tips you can quickly give, who knows? That will also encourage some upcoming women. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to once again lend my voice to appreciate the Deputy Speaker and the leadership for convening this program, and to state categorically that the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives is truly a he for she, and the Deputy Speaker are both working in that line to ensure that women find their voices in the House of Representatives.
Having said that, before I get to the issue of security or insecurity as it pertains to women who seek elective offices, permit me to stray a bit into the challenges and the reasons we are discussing here this afternoon. I want to support the propositions or proposals of my brother from the UN Women on that trip to Kenya. I was actually with him and a few other colleagues from the Senate. And I'd like us to know that if the foundation is faulty, then the superstructure will not hold. If we don't have it started in the Constitution as a fundamental principle, a statement which makes it actionable if a certain gender is not represented to a certain proportion. Right now, with the National Gender Policy of 2006, we have benchmarked 35% for ourselves, which is 1/3. If we say in the Constitution that at least no less than 1/3 of the constitution of the gender of any gender should be in elective position, it becomes then a constitutional issue which breach is actionable. From what we got again from Kenya was a strong women lobby groups, which we also have in Nigeria. And I tell you that because they have this enshrined in their constitution, they now adopted measures such as appointive quotas, nominations, to fill up this position to ensure that they do not breach the constitution. I tell you that I hear that in the last dispensation, one of the strongest women lobby groups took the government, the National Assembly, to court. Why? Because the National Assembly was not lawfully constituted, because they have that stemming from the Constitution, which here is our ground norm. And the Supreme Court ruled, because they could approach the Supreme Court as of right, that it was illegal to constitute an assembly with that number which did not measure up with the quota as contained in the Constitution. So I want to strongly advocate that we support the Deputy Speaker and the leadership of this 10th House of Representatives in our quest to go beyond rhetorics and push and vote when the time comes to vote, to have this inserted in our Constitution. I want to appreciate our members of the 10th House of Representatives, hoping that we are doing it much better this time than we did in the 9th Assembly, and that when the time comes to vote, ultimately, the participants, stakeholders here, will not have the powers to vote for us at the chambers. Whilst talking to the state houses of assembly and the governors, when the time comes, they have already signed the memorandum now. But I'd like to plead with us that let us leave this room with a renewed consciousness as to give this constitutional amendment the right consideration and passage, so that we will go from rhetorics, because this constitutional amendment is becoming like a ritual. And we do not want to come back here in the 11th Assembly and talk about the same thing. Before we proceeded to this panel, one of the speakers spoke about empowering women to gain meaningful education or knowledge so that when they are given opportunities to lead, they will do well. I want to appreciate that statement, but I somehow disagree with that. I want to state that in Nigeria, we have well-equipped women. We have women with competencies and capacities who can lead in their chosen endeavors. And that brings me to another stereotype. When a woman aims to be in an elevated office, sometimes you hear questions like, can she do it? That's when the issue of qualification and competencies come. How many men make correct sentences when they speak? Nobody challenged that. English is not our first language. And the Nigerian Constitution allows us to be in these offices with just your WAEC, SSCE. So as much as we are studying to be lawyers, to have PhDs, to have professors, the Constitution does not limit you. So women, do not limit yourself. We are qualified. We have the competencies and we can lead. And I say that with all convictions because I have worked with a lot of us here as women. Another thing I like to bring to the fore also is bringing this campaign to the grassroots. We've talked about cultural barriers. We've talked about religious barriers. I don't just like to talk about problems without talking about the solution. I see a way out. In some parts of this country, before now, it used to be a taboo or a hidden issue to give children vaccines and inoculation. It took a lot of advocacies and campaign. We need to take these campaigns, small town hall meetings like this, into the palaces. Meet with our religious ulamas, meet with our Christian religious leaders, and talk with them. We can have people from the mosque, from an Islamic society, sponsor a woman who can be in the parliament to talk about the issue of public toilets being a necessary and not a luxury, if not a woman. You cannot shave one's head in their absence. So we need to start encouraging this. Let us have women as palace members, palace committee. In the palaces, they can become members in the palaces. They can be the same members in the churches. That way they can advocate for women. Yeah. I'd like to also support and appreciate our he for she's. In whatever capacity you choose to nominate or support a woman, apart from the single gender seat, which only women can campaign, if you are in any position to nominate somebody or be a godfather to support someone to be in politics, please nominate your wife. She is a woman. Nominate your sister. We don't mind. Nominate your spouse, even if she's not your wife. Nominate your daughter. Anybody that is a woman,
don't understand though.
nominate. Let the person be in office. We are just celebrating Jacob Zuma's daughter. Is she not a politician's daughter?
Okay.
If zoning does not favor you, for God's sakes, one major thing that has prevented many women from contesting in election.
Please, can we listen to her? Can we listen to her? Thank you very much. She will just spend half a minute. Just listen to her, please.
I give myself as an example. I come from a zone, even though I know that every zone now has insecurity and security challenges, where it was extremely difficult for me to navigate contesting from the Southeast as a member of the All Progressives Congress at a time when one of our brothers was running with the Labour Party. I like to be practical and real. Nigerians take politics to be very, very divisionary, and we bring politics and tribal sentiments to bear when issues of politics are discussed. Mind you, political insecurity is not the normal systemic insecurity. It has political undertones. Your opponents can disguise to come as attackers. So you look at it, you are no longer a Nigerian citizen who is being protected by the laws of the country. You are exposed because you are now seeking a political office. So women should undertake some little or subtle security etiquette. Know when to move. Okay. Don't move alone.
All right.
If you are called at odd hours, pick the cause that you attend.
So
overall,
so security awareness must be made available.
And security education.
Thank you. You can see she spoke from different angles, including looking at whatever you can do to just increase the numbers. And some people may argue on that, but the most important thing is that the point about the role of the men. And that brings me to something else. I mean, maybe some of you observed that once Professor Julius Nyobere finished his comment, I walked to him. I don't see him now. But several years back, I met him for the first time. I think he was in a workshop at Sheraton, and he came to me and said, "You should have a PhD." And Professor Julius Ihebere is the reason why I was able to get a PhD in 2001. Please, anybody who sees him anywhere, just say to him, thank you. And what that means is that what are the women you see on the way? Where are those ways that you see people? Maybe it's a word of kindness. Maybe it's just an awareness creation. Maybe it's just one thing or the other. Whatever it is, do whatever you can to increase the numbers. And she made a very key point, which I will just say and I'll move to the next speaker. She reminded us of the fact that we have qualified women. That it's not a question that you will not see the people who will play the role. So let's keep chewing on that point. And remember what the Kenyan delegate panelist told us. He said, Nigeria is pregnant. Did you hear him say that? He said that Africans are waiting. I tell you that God did not make a mistake in ensuring that Nigeria is 25% of the continent of Africa, in ensuring that we are 60% of West Africa population. But it's not just on the name. We have to perhaps do the good things, the things that will make us really, truly the giant, if you want to call that. Because I know we will be. I don't want to say we are yet, because if we are looking at the figures, they will think I'm probably lying if I say that. Please join me as I ask a Right Honorable Comfort Muchiola Egwaba to do something for us at this moment. And this is the Deputy Speaker for Kogi State House of Assembly. What I want to ask you is, what is the practical thing, that can be reduced to what people can do within their spheres of influence? What is that can make us achieve the purpose that we are here today? We've heard it all. We heard it when the Deputy Speaker was speaking in terms of what the vision is. How do we get there, ma? I think it's on.
It's on. The Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, the convener of this particular program, all the High Excellencies here present, the Council of Speakers here present, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to be part of this success story. I say success story in the sense that we are moving on and we will get there. I really want to appreciate women at this particular hour because of our show of resilience and stay put in this particular cause. We have a lot to do, and we have a lot to make sure that this particular advocacy that we are on now should move on and should have impact on our people. One, a lot has been said. We have the cultural and social norms, they are there. But the major thing, just as one of my senior colleagues has said, is the grassroots mobilization. We need to look more back on our women from the grassroots. And that is where the real action starts from the councillor in your wards to the state, to being a supervisory councillor, to be in one position or the other politically in the local level. And when we begin to sensitize our women in the grassroots, that is where we begin to have it done very well. If you can see, the majority of what we are saying today borders on the grassroots. And so if the grassroots are not carried along properly, it will not go down well with us. I want to say on this perspective that I'm a grassrooter, and I started from grassroots, from a chairperson of a local government, down to the supervisory councillors, down to one holding one program or the other, holding one position or the other in the local government. And today here I am as a legislator. And the awareness that we need to give to our fellow women in the grassroots is so enormous. You know, when you, as a woman politician, and even as a male politician, you know that you start off from the grassroots, reaching from one home to another, telling them they need to come out, telling them they need to be, telling them they need to be involved, telling them they need to participate. From there, you can go a lot way. We have many obstacles. We have challenges even doing that. Because women want to just come out, just as one of my senior colleague has said, they will ask you, who are you? Where are you coming from?
Who asked you to come
Who
out?
asked you to come out? That question has been asked. I was asked severally. They said, who told you to come out? And how much do you have to contest? Yes, how much do you have? Come and sit down in our presence and tell me your what. The stakeholders will gather themselves. You are a woman and you just want to buga because men are getting up. Tell us your what. What is your what? And that, if you don't really have that vision and that dream to stay on what you believe to do, you easily be, get off the track. And you easily be humiliated and said, oh, after all, I don't have anything. And I had to ask one question. I said, you that were chairman before, how much do you have? Because I know what I did for you. And in a whole lot, we are being discouraged in one way or the other.
So you've talked about this discouragement. So the question is, part of what we must do is also to let women know, never you get discouraged. Encourage yourself. No matter what they say to you, encourage yourself. Thank you, and thank you very much. Your comment actually made me to think about something I think that we may probably try to start looking at the solution. And I'm going to ask Honorable Nkechi Ogbuefi, who is the Aniocha 1 state constituency, from Aniocha 1 state constituency, and I'm of Anambra State, to say something around this. So if you look at the people who make political decisions, most of the point, whether it's in your community, whether it's in your political party, wherever it is, you see a lot of them are males. Is that not correct? Many of them are males. And now, we are now saying specifically, what is the message that we need to get to those males, to other males, to be able to understand that this issue of engaging the process to support women inclusion is not a joke, and it's something that will benefit each and every one of us. I mean, no matter how you take it. I think one of our panelists says that Nigeria is an eagle flying on one wing. I heard her. So please, can you tell us, Honorable Nkechi Ogbuefi, what is the thing that we can say to other men so that they can support the Deputy Speaker? What is it that we can tell them? There's something about publicly saying the right things about women and behind the scene, frowning your face and say, let us see how they will go things now. So please, how do we genuinely let them understand that this is truly about the country?
Thank you, everyone. My name is Sonrep Chief Nkechi Ogbuefi. I'm the Deputy Minority Whip in the Anambra State House of Assembly and the only woman in that House of Assembly.
Did you hear that? There are some that don't even have any.
First of all, I want to appreciate my House of Reps member here, a he for she, Honorable George Ozodinobi. I want to thank him for the indispensable help, assistance that he rendered to me during the campaign periods. And I want to thank the he for she, that's my House of Reps member. Please, can you stand up for recognition? I really want to thank this man for coming through for me during the campaigns. Contesting election is a big hurdle. And being a woman and being a very single woman is just like a horse passing through the eye of a needle. So this man here, he supported me financially. And why was he able to do that? Because I already positioned myself for that support, isn't it? That was why he was able to do that. And I've heard a lot of suggestions, recommendations of what the men should do. I think our destiny, we women, lies in our hands, not the men. I want to differ. Please permit me to differ. Power isn't served a la carte. You must be able to go and grab this power. Yes. It's not served a la carte. So this conference today isn't just a call for us to come here. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Some things are easier said than done. Are we walking the talk? Even as women, are we walking the talk? How many women are even ready for these positions? How many women have, even in their constituencies, positioned themselves, positioned other women for this constitutional review? So we women, today is a call for action. Not just for us to be here, put in hotels, for us to just play to the gallery. We must get back home. Our problem, our solution lies in our hands. We must get back home. We must get more women in positions of authority. And then when you look at the UNDP index release of closing up the gap in representation, you will see that going by the present trajectory, we have about 130 years to go in this journey. We have about 130 years, and maybe by then, when this mission must have been accomplished, maybe many of us might not be here. So I'm using this opportunity to tell we the women that the solution lies in our hands. When we say that the men are the ones marginalizing us, I don't really think so. Because when I contested the election, I contested as a single lady. And they say when there is a will, there is a way. There were a lot of obstacles. People were saying this one that is just fair, just attractive. You know, I didn't even look at them. Yes, I didn't look at them.
Thank you.
I focused on my election. I've contested election. This is the third time I'm contesting. I contested in PDP 2015. I contested in APUGA the second time. And luckily, because I positioned myself, I was able, despite what everybody was saying, I didn't even look at what anybody was saying. I just focused on my journey. I just focused on my destination. So this is a call for we, the women. This is a call for every girl child out there. Your destiny lies in your hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for indeed bringing that perspective to the table, because what you are then saying is that in addition to the men that we need their voices, that the women should also not fold their hands, that they should do something. So I want to go to our next panelist, who is actually the last panelist on this line, before I throw it open to the audience, and then I will come back for the panelists to give their final thoughts. On Friday, in Omar here, there was a conference that held, which was a conference of the National Association of Women Judges. And at that conference, there was something that the governor of Abia State said. And it was more like a general comment that maybe we will always hear. He said something about when you give a woman something, he receives it, multiplies it, and gives it back to you. So how does this sentence apply to the discussion that we're having in terms of including women on the table? And now I will be an opportunity for us to hear from Honorable Mudrat Suleiman, who is the leader for Kaduna State House of Assembly. And after her, then we will just take some few comments from the audience.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me. I must first commend the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, for sponsoring this bill. This is something we've all been waiting for, and we're really, truly proud of you. though I've not seen my husband's face and name as part of your committee, being somebody that has supported his wife to be the first elected female member in Lere East constituency, and the first female member in that constituency, and the only female member in Kaduna State House of Assembly and the entire Northwest. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm saying this because we need your support. Without the men, we can't be where we want to be. That's the truth of the matter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, other political leaders, I want to plead with you to please make this bill possible by passing it and, of course, implementing it. I'm sure a lot of women here are tired of going to conferences, going for meetings, for dialogues on the same issue of women participation. I think the 10th Assembly of the House of Representatives are doing their best to bring an end to all these conferences and programs. I think it is time we walk the talk. So Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker, and of course, Your Excellency, the wife of the First Lady of Kwara State, I believe with people like you, a lot of women will be able to participate in politics. I know it is not easy, but the most important thing is for the men to support us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. The Deputy Speaker and all the other distinguished dignitaries here, I'm told we are really stretched for time. So is it possible to just have only one question, if it's possible, and then we probably will close? Just one, please, because of time. I see Honorable Chinedu Oga, that's the Chairman, House Committee on Restorative Institutions. I see his hand. I don't know whether, please. Oh, they say one man, one. Okay, okay. They say one man, one woman. Please. So let's do. Later.
Good afternoon. The Deputy Speaker, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Engineer Dr. Egan Adat Okonefio. I'm representing the wife of the Inspector General of Police. This is a very interesting one for us, and it's a session that I have always yearned for. You know, when we say that women are not good to have political powers, it baffles me, because in class, women do very well. If you look at what happens in the JAM results, you see that the best graduating student is a woman. So why is it that when it is time for political powers, you say we are not good enough to have it? We are very good to have it, and we are capable. I want to appeal to the Deputy Speaker. The wife of the Speaker here seated, ma'am, you have a very big job to do. You have an association of wives of House of Reps members, if I'm correct. We have to appeal to our husbands. It is a responsibility on our part as wives to appeal to them to make sure they vote for this bill. The power of a woman, you can never undermine it. So get back to the other room and make sure you appeal to your husband to vote for this bill. And then, when it is enshrined in the Constitution, I want to also appeal to the political leaders to encourage competition amongst capable women. When you say women should be given this position, don't just pick. Allow them to go for a competition. Let the best get it. So that you don't get back to us to say, we gave you a position and you didn't do well. Meanwhile, you only handpicked that woman you sent there. Allow us to have healthy competition so that you get the best from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Chinedu Oga, I think you may be the last because of the time. Yes, sir. Please, briefly, sir. I need to be guided by the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Okay, that's the third. Okay.
Thank you.
No, the hosts have allowed you, so let's after him. He will the host say the conference.
Thank
of
you, Your Excellency, our dear deputy speakers, and the organizer of this program. My own is just a little contribution and advice. And I want to throw this advice from my state. In my state today, women have almost about 55%. Yes.
Ebonyi State.
Ebonyi State. The whole vice chairman of the whole 13 local governments are women. The whole secretary of this, all the local government are women. The secretary of the state government are women. The deputy governor is a woman. The head of service is a woman. And we're able to achieve this because of the cordial relationship of the wife of the governor and the husband. It is the duty of the whole wife of the governors to go back to the grassroots and wake up all these women. You don't need to snatch men's power. You have to massage the ego of the men for you to achieve that position. Thank you.
The conference, yes. Conference of speakers, yes. Please, can you give him the microphone? That will be the last contributor for now. I would suggest, if it is possible for those who want to speak, if you can put it down on a sheet of paper, and I'm sure the secretariat or someone will collect it so that everybody's voice will be heard. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute my or our contribution to this discussion. Let me first of all appreciate and commend the organizers of this program, and also appreciate the panelists for doing justice to the topic, that is overcoming the barriers for women inclusion in politics or in governance. Well, I want to say that I'm sorry to my women folks. Women are the problem of themselves. It's true. It is true. It's true.
Please, can we let him land, please.
Women are the problems of themselves. A lot of obstacles or barriers have been discussed by the panelists.
Please, one house so that we can hear him. Please, one house so that we can hear him.
I can bet you can give a woman automatic ticket. And by the number of women we have in all our societies, if they can vote for that woman will emerge as victorious. I'm right, and I know this is true. Secondly, so I call on women to love themselves. Please, women, love yourself.
Thank you.
If you can love yourself and vote for yourself, I'm definitely sure I will have it.
Thank you.
Then secondly, excuse me, please. Secondly, I didn't even introduce myself. I'm the Speaker of Bauchi State and the immediate past chairman of Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures. This issue that is being discussed here, my sister, Honorable Miriam Onoa, will testify, was included in the 5th alteration. What happened? It was killed in the National Assembly. So I'm calling on women to do more sensitization, more advocacy to the National Assembly to allow the bill to pass.
Thank you.
Because we are the final deciders. If we say yes, it's yes. If we say no, it's no. Therefore, I'm calling for the National Assembly to allow this bill to pass to state assemblies.
Thank you. Please, I'm told we would need just to have one more person, and that's Senator Binta Massey. Please, can the microphone be taken to her? Thank you, distinguished Senator. Please, can we have one house? Just be quiet so that we can hear the distinguished senator, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for this audience that you've gathered us all here. And I see all sector here. First ladies are here, other women that are here. But one thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, we've been on this journey since 1999. I have been a member of the House of Representatives 3 times from 1999 to 2011. It's the same issue day in, day out. And I think the only thing, if we are sincere, is that we must have a political will. Without that political will, all this we are saying now is garbage. Now there is our ongoing constitutional conference. The only thing we need on a particular section in that constitution, because the Constitution of the Federal Republic is gender not biased. Every gender is being taken care of. But why are we having an issue when it comes to the political ground? When in the public service, no issue. You grow on the ladder. But when it comes to politics, we're having issue. So the twinning system that happened in South Africa, the twinning system that is happening in Southern Africa and what have you, and even what has happened in Kenya, because it is the women that came out together, irrespective of cultural or religious line, but they now identify the woman must be included in governance. It is not the men. It is not the women, but it is our governments that are in power that has the issue. Let me digress a little more. And I'm happy that there's the First Lady of Kwara, which obviously Kwara has done well. I knew I had pleaded with the First Ladies to ask that they should even take one woman in her state. Just one. I'm talking about 36 women. If you can just mentor one woman and say, look, represent the women of Adamawa State in the House of Representatives. Ma, we won't be sitting here. But until we now go back to the First Lady as women who can now massage the ego of their husbands, look for the speakers of the state houses of assembly, look for their wives to massage the men. We can't do it on our own. We must find a way of doing it. If we can't do it, we can't go anywhere. But the most important thing, Ma, is the political will.
Thank you.
The state, the local government, the governors, and even the executive must have the political will.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Binta Masi. Thank you very much. And indeed, you did give us the historical perspective to let us know that this journey did not start here. My people say you need to know where the rain started beating you so that you know at what stage the rain will stop. Thank you, distinguished Senator. I know there are a lot of people who want to speak. The point is that we are hard pressed for time. I know there's been a lot of things said in this room. A lot of accolades have also been given in terms of good practices, both internationally and nationally. I recall, for example, that the First Lady of Kogi had also been appreciated for all of the reforms that had happened in Kogi, and we are saying, keep it up, ma'am. Your Excellency, we are asking that continues. Can somebody let her know that this is clear? Because I really need her to hear.